You're shining on the knees. Why did you throw that in there? Who was thinking like, oh yeah, that's pretty hot for like an '80s song, like say shining on a knee. You know what I mean? That makes sense. It's like because everybody, I don't know. Sorry, getting off on a tangent.
Dude, I love the 80s one-hit wonders, like Mental as Anything. That's from Crocodile Dundee. Oh my God, look at that. We've just pulled it back. It's in that movie. Hey there, you with the sad face, come up to my place and get it on, or whatever it says. I don't know. But yeah, I love that song. There's loads of good.
I know that song. Yeah, I do know that song. The jungle might be in Crocodile Dundee too, which I couldn't pronounce just now. Double N in the Dundee. I anonymity the
19. I'm doing my best DJ voice. 1987. It's Steve Wright at the start as well. Video I just posted. I've got brilliant Spotify, just 80s, just all them sort of songs, Do like me 80s. Because you can have you can have anything. There's anything you can think of like genre. Well, maybe not, but like there's lots of different styles, and it's all very uniquely that decade, don't you think?
That's a hell of a song too. But there's like oh, whatever the fuck they're saying. I don't know the unintelligible English people. I don't know what they're saying. 3, 2, I don't know. Countdown in a song? So cool. Underutilized these days. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's like sick, man. Anyway, sorry. Um, but Depeche Mode, there's one really good Depeche Mode song. I can't think of it. Look at that.
I think they did a couple of good ones. Let's have a look.
See the truth. That's fucking a great song, man.
What's it called?
See the Truth by Depeche Mode.
Sea of Truth.
Policy.
Policy of Truth. Right. It says 1990 here, so I don't want to piss that rain on your parade.
Come on. They're an 80s band. Just head over to the can.
80s.
Thanks, Tank. Thanks, Larry. It sounds so. It's got that. It's like so 80s. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
All right, talking about 80s music now. We got it. Jeremy's gonna be upset with us. We need to talk about some, wavefront mechanics. Let's get up some quantum entanglement. What's up? Anybody? There's some cosmological things. Bring up, hash out.
Do you know a good movie from the 80s is Some Kind of Wonderful? that
It's a hell of
soundtrack's
a movie.
that soundtrack's really good as well. Like a very, very 80s soundtrack, obviously. And
Eric Stoltz and
yeah, man, what's interesting about that is that, he was doing Back to the Future, and obviously they booted him. And you never heard him complain about that, did you? Did you hear him complain? Have you ever seen anything of him? Well, you don't really do interviews, so I suppose that's not a great comment, but you've never heard him complain. He still makes like 2 movies a year or whatever. But that was the movie he went to, Some Kind of Wonderful, right from being booted off the set of Back to the Future. And it's a good movie. He's like the weirdo artist who's like don't fit in, and yeah, it just works. But and they were right to boot him off of that set, but because he wasn't hitting the comedy beats, as they say, and that makes sense, doesn't it? Because Michael J. Fox, he's funny. He's a funny guy.
never funny in anything ever.
I was just thinking of that from why amuse you from Goodfellas. Funny how.
He live still? Yeah.
Michael J. Fox, yeah.
No, I mean Joe Pesci. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, he's old dude.
Yeah, cool. I think Danny Aiello kicked. I did get to meet him one time. He's fucking tall dude for sure. Wouldn't think so, but
Speaking of Michael J. Fox, you guys ever see the Back to the Future 9/11 link?
wow, I'm snack to the
Oh
future.
yeah, no, that's wild. That is wild.
I've seen
Actually,
it.
That was pretty neat.
The original one by Scrawny to Brawny, I think is the I think it's really worth watching. It's very long, but the other ones too are very good as well.
Is it 5 hours?
If you watched well, the Scrawny to Brawny one I think might be 2, and then if you plug the other ones together, maybe it's 5. I don't know. The last one I saw though, like it links it up to that movie that Robert Zemeckis did later, which is about the guy walking a tightrope between the trade center buildings. Do you recall that? I forget what it's called. The Walk, maybe it's called or something.
I don't know, but I heard didn't the guy really do that?
That guy really did do that, and the guy that made Back to the Future made that movie, but that guy's wearing the same outfit as Marty McFly. So there's a sort of additional Back to the Future predicts 9/11 wrinkle to it because it's the World Trade Center and it's directed by the same guy that did the thing. But he's wearing the outfit that Michael J. Fox is wearing in the 50s. He's basically wearing the exact same outfit almost. Yeah. It's just interesting. So Back to the Future predicts 9/11. Man, there's a lot of good things in that movie too. Like all these like little bits and pieces, man. They really did it up. I could go on and on and on, but I'm not gonna.
Snack, 8 years ago,
Right.
you introduced yourself as Snack to the Future to me on Free Chan. The first thing you said to me, do you think time travel is possible? Do you remember that conversation?
I think, did you ask me that? You said, do you think time travel is possible? Yeah.
That's what you asked me.
I asked you that?
Yeah, the day we met
Okay.
on Free Chan, you asked me if time
November
travel was
5th,
possible.
1955. Yes, I recall. What did you answer? I do not recall what your answer was.
Hold on just a second.
The way I recall this is that Hank asked me, or somebody asked me if I thought time travel was possible on a flat Earth, and I said no, it wouldn't be no, it wouldn't be possible anywhere because in an orbital, you wouldn't be in this, the Earth would be moving, right? So like if you just time travel back like to the same location, you would have to change your spatial coordinates to wherever the planet was at that time. So I thought that if you actually just went straight back in time, you wouldn't be actually on the planet. You'd be in space and dead in a DeLorean, right? But then, if you think about like how often or how far do they jump? It's like in the beginning, like Doc Brown's like he goes 30 years into the future. So I was wondering if there's like a cycling pattern for that. I didn't say that though when Hank asked me or Larry.
I remember my answer. Well, actually, my wife was sneezing at me and talking to me. But I said time travel backwards would not be possible because if you could go backwards in time, then you could kill your grandfather. And if you kill your grandfather, you'd never be born. And if you were never born, how could you kill your grandfather? So I pointed out the paradox, right? You can't create paradoxes like that. I didn't get into why you can't travel back in time, but that was good enough for me at the time. And then I said, we always travel forward through time, never backwards. So you can nap travel. I don't know if I said this last part. You can nap travel by taking a nap on your couch and waking up 2 hours later. It feels like it's instantly, but you did travel forward through time.
A long time ago. It was a 2014, 2015 something.
2015, about May-ish.
I was like, yes, we got a Southerner. We need one. Add him
Dude,
to the roster.
I'd be up for watching this right now. The bike to because this one's like, let me wait, it's like, I think it's like 12 minutes long. But I can't share my screen. What is it? When you start, you share your screen, but I can't do it. So that'd be cool.
Are you trying to screen share or get on video? Oh, there's not many people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do the thing. Yeah, the thing. Do you know what this means? It means that this damn thing doesn't work at all.
Used to have that.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Backwards time. Oh, go ahead, Dennis.
There's just the thing where he's wearing the fucking thing on his head, and he said, "This thing doesn't work at all." Like I said, that is my that was one of my original profile pics. Sorry, Jerry. What were you gonna say, man?
I'm with Hank on this one. That would be a paradox. How are you standing there to kill your grandfather if he can never give birth to you? That's weird.
Yeah. So, yes, grandfather paradox,
That would be a real life paradox, and you can't have that.
and then the guy who wrote the sci-fi adaptation for the Marvel Infinity War changed up the time travel theory because he would say that, and as I spoke to him about it, he said like that the timeline, you cannot go back in time, so like you're really going around it again, so like you're never able to change your future reality from the past, like basically what they say in Infinity War. No. I don't
That
know.
Loki series. That Loki series was pretty neat. I watched that.
Yeah, I saw the first season and I was like, this is better than I thought it was gonna be. Like actually the first episode is better than I was like, wow, this really is not what I expected. Just like time terrorism. Pretty cool. I like the concept.
Can I send this video to Jeremy and then you can screen share it, Jeremy? Jezza?
He's on his phone. I'm not sure if he can. I don't know how that works. He's ignoring you, Andy.
Yeah. I know. Whatever. No, he's probably talking.
Yeah.
He's got his priorities.
We'll put that thing over there. Do the thing over there. Do the thing. Give me the thing. Yes.
I'll clean up the piss.
No, I'll do it. You don't do it right.
How'd you like them
I
apples?
came over here, I almost slipped and broke my neck.
I feel like somebody could come in, like a moderator could come in. We could get them to share it. Maybe Dave, new perspective.
Our pounder stumble. Well, in any event, you can always watch it on your own too, and you don't have to hold hands or whatever.
Yeah, but that's not as fun, is it?
Let's talk about it another time. No.
Come on, gang.
Hey.
Of course, I could watch it on my own, Snacks. Jeez. The idea is that we like, oh, look at that, hey. I'll not be the same if I go watch it on my own and tell you what happened. We've already seen it anyway, but still.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept though, like, pulling all these like different symbols out of the movie. Just being like, oh, that's interesting. Huh. And then what does it mean though, right? How could a movie predict that will go down, right? How is that possible?
Well, the idea is that from the moment they built them, they knew they were going to knock them down. So I suppose before they built them, they knew. Because have you seen the picture with David Rockefeller where his watch is supposedly at 9/11? He's on the front of Time magazine or something like that.
Oh wow!
You must have seen that.
No, didn't know that.
Yeah, whatever, Jeremy. We know you're ignoring me. You jerk. Yeah, you hadn't seen that. You hadn't seen that picture.
No, I had a phone call and a plane crashed, and it's gonna have some kind of wild story. You've never seen Back to the Future Predicts 9/11? Any of those
Yeah,
guys?
yeah, of course I have.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Wait, Jeremy sent me or Dinobot or something. Hang on a minute. Verified role. You now will be. I've got the speaking thing and I got that. Create what? What's this?
You want screen share?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Sweet. Hey, you for watching this, like, so what? Hey,
Well, I mean, I can't let you go through all this shit and not watch it, right?
I just have permission to try now. Oh, that's it. Yeah, sweet. Right. Sweet. Now then, you might have messed that up. Oh no, there it is.
That mode's on real quick.
Wait, why can't I see it? Shit. You can see it now, though. I'm guessing. So if I go onto Discord now, yeah, you can't see it. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah. Well, you can. Yeah, I'll. Oh, I want to make a cup of tea first, though. Can I do that?
It is. Go ahead, hurry.
I want to make a cup of tea first. You can laugh at my Google thingies. There's nothing there to laugh at. But shit. Yeah, I'll be back in 5.
Okay. Thanks for the warning. Okay.
Hey, what was
So
Scott
down for
talking
this,
about?
man? You gonna watch this incredible movie I'm about to watch?
Purple movie. You watch Purple Rain?
Our Purple Rain is a great movie, but that's beside the point.
I think it's overrated.
What?
Yeah, I think Prince though is underrated, but that movie's overrated.
No, it's not. Maybe almost criminally underrated.
Mm.
Purple Rain's a fucking hell of a movie, man.
I'm biased because my mom and my sister love it, so it's like when I say overrated, maybe in my family it's overrated.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. What are you talking about? What purple movie are you talking about?
I'm not talking about Purple movie. I'm talking about I'm gonna watch some Back to the Future predicts 9/11 thing.
Oh.
Are you hip to this? Are you hip to this yet?
I mean, it goes without saying, dude. If they can travel back and forth in time, they're gonna know about 9/11. So
Right.
I've seen all these things years ago, though.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I used to be impressed by them or whatever, but just like Shania Twain, they don't impress me much.
Well,
Where's my mic?
Yeah. Why don't you just get a little louder or something?
There you go. My mic was on the floor.
All right. Well, your volume was turned up by me too. Okay. All right. Now we're at normal levels. Okie dokie.
Anyways,
So you like
one
Shania
of these
Twain?
days.
Yeah.
Say what, sir?
You're a fan of Shania Twain, you were saying?
I actually used to be really, real big fan, to be honest. I think
Understandable.
she's pretty hot.
Great hips.
Yeah, but
Sassy
regardless,
attitude. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. She dresses classy
Provocative.
enough. Yeah, exactly. But she's still like got a little
Still
tinge
a
of
lady.
slut.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's not important. I was thinking about it because I'm trying to do an event where we watch this master class, but Scott Beach's account isn't working the way it's supposed to. So instead, I wanted to do an event with at least you and Jeremy because you kind of gay for that Carl Monk guy. Like you guys have like crushes on him. I think he's a goofy guy, but I think it'd be interesting to watch that film, together and kind of pause it and break it down and see what the hell's going on. Because I was gonna watch it again by myself, but
I peeled into it pretty good, man. And I looked at a lot of the critiques online and some of the supporting material online. And there's some things that will comport with reality, and certain things which, because of the WGS 84, were altered at the time of the production. Nonetheless, the guy seemed very fixated about solving this mystery. And as a former Department of Energy worker, I would expect that, he was an academic, which I think is clear. And I don't feel like his mathematics are off. However, some of the things, like as far as uh, the Giza Plateau will be um, probably looking like a stretch. Some of it will look like a stretch because I think he's trying to like keep some of his work uh, that was sort of pre WGS 84, and then other things are not even on the WGS 84 that he was using because it wasn't even like put into practice on that. So that might not be something that if you reference it now, it might not be accurate to what it was then. So yeah, there's a numerous amount of difficulties here that way. The other stuff, as far as like yeah, what do you think about that? Just for starters, I know you're going to go right to Stonehenge, but what do you think about this so far? I said,
I think that that's fair. I didn't really think of that. What reference system he was using. The video probably came out in the 70s or 80s or something, possibly before
Not in the 70s, but yeah.
84, possibly before 84. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I was having problems. I took notes and I couldn't really read my notes. So, but yeah, I took a lot of notes because I felt like everything he said was wrong. But sometimes I'm wrong. So you never know. But yeah, it'd be interesting to break it down. I might watch it again a little bit to like write down more legibly the stuff I think he's getting wrong, and
It's
go over that
apparently
stuff.
like, so this is like off of one of the blogs. It said like you're completely wrong about Karl Monk being a fraudster, uh, determined to con the masses. The code is a number crunching nonsense, but Karl Monk was genuine in his presentation. What you failed to notice,
Sure.
and perhaps what you possibly have not known, is that Monk suffered from moderate retardation and developed a pattern forming obsession, which is not uncommon. But he
He's
was a former
retarded.
employee of DOE or something. I don't know.
Well, regardless, I never said he was a fraud. I just thought that his what he was claiming was misleading and just like he was sort of making stuff up, but not in a fraudulent way, just sort of in a retarded way. So I think it's fair that you said it was retarded.
That's what you said before, but
I didn't mean fraud. If I said, I mean, that's not what I was trying to get across.
and then yeah, if you wanted, like, I don't really it doesn't hurt me if you can show some holes. It's okay. I realize that not everything's perfect with it. I guess the overarching concept here is that there's a connection to the placement of them. Um, However, I think in order to really try to sort of rehash and rework his stuff is probably a waste of time. As I'm probably I'll be just as successful in like kind of trying to synthesize what I believe he was talking about and trying to prove that rather than trying to reprove his stuff because other people have already tried to do it. You know. So I guess just trying to pick some of these locations and trying to like look at a way that they're interconnected or could be calculated to, I guess that would be. No.
I think we've hashed it out. So
Yeah.
you're right.
Okay.
Let's watch the Back to the Future thing.
Okay.
Let's go back to
okay,
that.
Andy. Right. It's like a little kid.
Do you know what this means? It means that this damn thing doesn't work at all. So good. Who's the president in 90? Ronald Reagan, the actor? Oh, you can't see it now if I do that, can you? Oh, wait, no, you can't see it. But now you can see it. Look at it. That guy on the left, he looked like a Muslim.
They're just Libyans. We don't know if they're Muslim.
Libyans!
Well, you remember the mall was called Twin Pines? Is the mall or the town?
Ooh.
Can we stop there? Should we stop there real quick?
Oh.
We're about to get into something else here, but what do you think about that already? Like the clock at the gas station at the Twin Pines Mall says 9/11 upside down, echoing the same time that is being displayed on the stopwatch when he and Einstein, or when Einstein gets sent back into the past or future, whatever the fuck he does to the dog comes back. It's the same time on the stopwatch, right? And We got the 2 pines going to 1 pine. We got 2 towers going to 1 tower. So these are some of the symmetries involved. What you think?
There's only Snakes joined in. Come on, Kosho, join. Bloody hell.
Gee whiz, man. I just went through all that. Nothing.
He's not even watching it.
Ah,
I said the same thing as you did, Snacks. You stole my idea, dude.
what are you talking about? I already
I
seen
said
this.
I'm the
That's
one
why
who said 2 pines. I said Twin Pines.
fuck off. I'm Snack to the future, bro. This is why.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, fair enough. I'll watch it a little bit.
They're not pines, those are slightly.
That's reaching a little bit. That's reaching a little bit. Ooh.
Yeah. It's a little strange. Okay, what's up there? Let's go to the mise en places ring or the mise en
That is
scene.
that is weird, dude. That Statue of Liberty thing.
Press stop. Pause it.
Oh, what?
You
Sorry,
got
sorry.
pause it, bro.
I'm just saying pause it. It's called mise en scene. Mise en scene. Mise en scene. I don't know. Is it French maybe or German? I'm not really sure. But it basically means prop setup, like where you have things in the scene when you capture
Yeah.
it. It's not accidental. What the fuck ever, right? Otherwise, you'd have Eric Stoltz in the fucking movie, right? Okay, so why a Statue of Liberty lamp, and then the Twin Towers there, and then George McFly's upside down, fixing his back in an anti-grav machine. Everyone's got one of them, luckily. I could actually use one of those. That would be super helpful. But that's an intentionality. I would have to say, right?
I think they did that with his dad because it wasn't Crispin Glover. That's my opinion, anyway. So they just sort of didn't want you to focus on him too much. So they just put him upside down.
I was going to say that. I don't want to spoil it. Go ahead.
Really? What the fuck? Oh, that's reaching.
Can you pause it? Can you pause it? So if we flip the numbers upside down, we get 9/11. And if we flip George McFly upside down, then we get the towers falling down.
Oh, yes.
That's another symmetry to be difficult to accidentally do, right?
Dude, that's some gravy right there.
Stop it there. Right when he's about to start the car at the end, it says L. EL is what you see from motel, right? And then he drives the DeLorean to the movie theater, right? Where the tire tracks peel out, they become flame.
Yeah.
At that, to the right of the movie theater is a place called Elmo's Pizza. So again, L for no reason, and the Elmo, and then you go back here, L being something about maybe that's something about some kind of higher power or some shit. I don't know, but it's an interesting kind of
Ooh,
thing. Nobody really
yeah.
talks about it, but yeah, go for it. Oh, and then the
No,
fucking movie
that's
is playing is the Last Temptation of Christ, right? And it's LL and the Last Temptation of Christ. Go on.
yeah. I like that. No, that's good.
me stop this real quick. Do you know what's opposite the clock tower? In the layout of the game?
What?
The clock tower looks out into across the street. It looks out across the street at a bookstore called the Third Eye, which is and then forms a triangle. It's like a pyramid with an eye in it, and it says the Third Eye. And it's a bookstore, and that's facing directly across from where Christopher Lloyd becomes Zeus or some shit with the lightning or whatever. And there's the two. I don't want to get into it. We'll keep going, but just so you know that. Right. So we see that right there.
I see the 9 over here.
Yeah, you see the 9 because it's part of like the auto tire place or some shit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then the 11 is formed by the two
Yeah.
tracks going on. So is that difficult to avoid having like the parallel tire tracks, right? They're going to happen. That they're on fire. Of course, that makes sense. But like, do we have to have the 9 right there? Why don't you flip this fucking? I'll flip my phone upside down. There's some shit encoded here. If I flip it upside down, well, but that's an interesting thing, right? Like, this is a very hard thing to just happen by accident. Sorry,
Yeah, well,
I'll-
we know they're obsessed with the symbols. I never saw that.
Sure. 30 years.
You what, dude?
And the end of Back to the Future 1, Doc goes back to the future to 2015, and he goes and Marty says to him, "Hey Doc, where are you gonna go?" And he goes, "Or when are you gonna go?" It's like, nice round number, maybe 30 years. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, what was the screen? It was the exclamation point SS was the command.
For what?
You should be always doing it right now. You're good.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Is that a mistake too?
That's weird.
I gotta admit
That is
that
weird.
is crazy. It's crazy. It came out in
Can I
2014.
break out a couple of things here?
You what, dude?
Yeah. So the clock is the clock, right? But that's time. Lloyd also will go on to play other like lightning deities somehow. That they're all it's weird, and you can see that in the Scorny to Brawny thing.
Uncle
If you like
Fester.
watching it. Yeah, there's a range of different characters. From the page master. There's just every other thing he did after this. It's like just some kind of reference to lightning. And then if you think about it, so there's two cats, right? They're also featured in the third Back to the Future. They find them again because those cats are already around before this movie happens. Okay, before the clock tower is built, the cats are in the movie already in Back to the Future 3 in the Old West, right? So two cats now. Do you know of any references to two cats? You know, you could think of Freyr,
Itchy and Scratchy from The Simpsons. Oh no, that was
Itchy,
a cat in the
that's
mouse.
the cat and the mouse. Very close though, Jeremy. I like where your head's at. The other two, the other two would be for Isis, right? Isis has got two cats as well, or the two cats are like basically looking at. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's Freyr, the Nordic goddess. Okay, but these are basically like looking forward and backward in time. So there's like a past and a future. The two cats are, I believe, are meant to represent that. Also, if you look at if Dice Low's listening to this, that arch in the of the clock tower, right, is the triangle within like a penta. It's basically it's like a Pythagorean. It's a part of the fucking like a 5-pointed star. You know that. So so that's in there too. I think these are some pretty strong references. You press play again. Fucking haunting this shit, isn't it? I hate it.
Oh my god,
Yo, pause it real quick.
that's weird.
Okay, what are we watching? I need somebody to send me this thing. And that's fucking amazing right there. Holy
Yeah,
shit,
that
bro.
was weird.
You gotta think this didn't just happen by. What are the chances this happened on accident? These motherfuckers know what they're doing.
Oh yeah.
Say another thing too. It's like, we're thinking Doc Brown the whole time, right? But like in Back to the Future 2, when he goes into alternate bad 1985, when Donald Trump, Biff Tannen is president. He owns his mother. When that all goes down, Marty meets Doc in the library looking for, or he meets him in the graveyard. He sees his father's gravestone. He sees George McFly's gravestone, and then they go to the library, and that's where Doc reveals to him he's talking about like, oh yeah, Brown, but we were Von Braun in those days, right? He's Von Braun's progeny. He's related to Victor von, or I'm sorry, Werner von Braun. So it's interesting.
Ooh,
That's a
never
stretch,
thought of that
Pete.
one.
It's not. No, it's not. And also, like in the first one, when Marty goes to look through the phone book, there's Ava Braun. There's two Ava Brauns actually in the phone book when he's looking up for Doc Brown, because it's Brown and it's next to Braun, right? Ava
What
What did
Braun.
Ava Braun do again? I forget.
That was Hitler's wife.
Hitler's
Or
wife.
Oh right, okay.
she was an actress too.
Oh
Okay.
my god, dude, Jesus. You have to admit, real quick, Andy. You have to admit, 9/11. I don't know how many truthers that spawned, but Jesus, it had to have been a shitload. Just
Yeah,
an absolute shitload of people opened their eyes, like they were saying. Everyone's eyes were open after that. Also, I'd like to get not right now, but there was this random number generator thing. They say it spiked off the charts when 9/11 happened. But anyways, carry on.
no, that was the catalyst for so many people. You're right. Oh man, I was enjoying that.
How long was that? How long was that, Andy?
Like 10 minutes.
That's it.
Yeah.
So
Missed the
this
first few
doesn't really
minutes.
have. There are a lot of details in it, but yeah, it's a little bit incomplete. Yeah.
Can you say there was one that was like an hour long or something? Or I think I don't know.
Yeah, Brawny, the number 2 Brawny is a longer one. There might be a longer one by the same creators. This one, I think there's like an extended version of this one. But I like that it goes.
Dude, what?
Go ahead. I just
What-
like that
what-
this goes into the wire too, or the walk. My bad. Go ahead.
What a crazy thing! I missed the first few minutes of it, but that was crazy with the movie screens and shit at the end, bro. That was fucking nuts. He drove into it in the first one. It was at the end of the street.
Yep.
And then what was that? The third one where they were in the desert or something.
Yeah, he drove into the film booth first, and then he drove into the theater, and then he drove into the one in the third one. Yeah, all screen.
And I like how that guy linked it up to touching the screen and shit in the monolith from Space Odyssey. That was fucking dope.
Yeah, this was a little different because he's not all pulling from Back to the Future. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot in there. I think you could probably make a case that there. Well, I've definitely like researched harder than to do it than this guy, but it's like it's because of these kinds of things that I did that. But like like in the second one, right? Like there's one of the newspapers, USA Today, and that changes. Like this is all the alternate 1985, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? The alternate 1985 that's created.
Oh
That's
yeah,
bad because Biff gets the book that tells him the future, right?
yeah. The gambling, yeah, it's like a nightmare. It's like a dystopian future, basically.
Right, and then that's where when Marty first like crosses the street in the future, he's in 2015. After he like goes out of the alleyway, he sees a bunch of hover cars and shit like that. He stops by, he crosses the street. The giant holographic shark from Jaws, like 8,000, comes and grabs him, or whatever. And then he runs into a guy that's that starts talking to him, and that guy is Charles Fleischer. Charles Fleischer does the voice to Roger Rabbit, which is another movie that Zemeckis did. Roger Rabbit is a toy that's inside of the window at the antique shop where he goes and looks for the that's where he first gets the book, the Gray's Sports Almanac, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when he runs into the guy that does the voice for Roger Rabbit, that guy says, "Put some money on the Cubbies." Because he said Cub, because he sees something about like Cubs in the World Series, and Marty goes like, "Cubs in the World Series?" Because they're like the worst performing team for like many years, right?
Yeah.
So interestingly, not on 2015. Well, so 2015 is the like Trump is president by then, right? In 2015 is alternate 1985. You dig?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking of Chicago Cubs then because of Bill Murray. Sorry, because you said he was Canadian, but it's.
There's this thing about
I was thinking
sports.
of Wrigley Field. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Say that again, because my brain went somewhere else when you said Cubbies.
So he says, put some money on the Cubbies, right? Because he thinks that maybe they'll win, in 2015. Well, that's what prompts Marty to get this great sports almanac. It starts the whole cycle, really, that makes Biff powerful in the future.
Yeah, the Cubs.
When did the Cubs win the
The
World
Cubs
Series?
are actually like the worst. I don't know, but they were like the worst team ever, or they had the biggest losing streak ever, like some ridiculous shit with the Cubs.
Yeah,
I
but
think.
didn't they win recently or something? Chicago Cubs.
2016.
2016.
1 year after Marty goes to the future, that's when the worst performing team. It's already predicted in the movie. Everybody knows it. I knew it, and I was like, maybe I should put some money on the Cubbies. It's 2015, and then I didn't. And then the next year they won, right?
2016.
And they won. And how long was their losing streak?
Oh, I just typed it in.
It was like 40 years. It was something crazy, yeah.
It's 108 years, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm fucking got brain damage now.
1908, I think. Yeah. Oh shit.
Was it 108 or 107? That's big snacks. You know what 108?
108
you know what
double
108
stitches on a
means to
baseball.
me.
There's 108 double stitches on a baseball.
That's messed up. Yeah, they won in 1907, 1908, and then 2016.
Good here.
Yeah, I love shit like that.
Guess what? Too in the newspaper that changes, right? Because it changes like after Marty loses the whole thing with the hoverboards and all that shit, like that goes down bad. Or that's the newspaper changes. It's one of those things that changes, like the photograph in the first Back to the Future. Like the past ripples through and it changes. So in the actual paper, it says like something like you'll have to check it out because I'm not 100% sure on it, but it does say something about like the woman president. There's a woman president in 2015, so that's who he just won against, what would have been the first woman president in 2015, right? I mean, there's like, how is there not a Trump connection here? And then because Biff builds a sports betting gambling empire, right? Which is what we would think of Trump with the casinos and all that shit.
Yeah,
right,
these buildings look like Trump Tower and shit. Yeah.
So Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, well, there was some weird shit about his like he wasn't it the number on his door something like 666. I can't remember, but there was some weird shit about Trump where it was like I remember seeing a thing about his the apartment that he was in his own building, where it was like they were showing your symbolism in there. I forget though now, but yeah, it's pretty creepy.
Okay, and then there's he's in the soda fountain at the old 1950s diner with the black and white checkered floor because it's just sometimes shit is just a black and white checkered floor and there's nothing more you need to think about it, right? Sometimes things are just black and white checkered floors, right? They're not emblematic of any kind of association at all, right? So that's
Yeah.
interesting, but that's where he finds the Ava Braun in the book, and I just think that's interesting because it is. Also, who's running for mayor? Is it a black guy running for mayor?
Yeah.
A
Mayor
black guy become
Goldie
president?
Wilson. Yeah.
Okay. When Marty goes back when he goes to 2015, he shows the kids like how to really play that shoot 'em up game. You know, like he plays that old like arcade game. Shoot, shoot, shoot. And there's like all presidents and stuff. There's the Ayatollah on the wall, mask of Ayatollah, mask of Ronald Reagan, all that stuff too, right? So that's an interesting thing in the diner. What else? How about Biff Tannen sitting at his own little booth in the diner in the 50s, or sorry, in 2015, right? It's called Blast from the Past, I think. Then they changed it from the Lou's Diner. It goes from Lou's Diner, and Lou is like Lou, like or that's a god too, right? Like Lou. You could look at it that way maybe because it's right next to the Third Eye bookstore. There's a bookstore is right next to the diner. Anyway, um, when you look at Biff's got the cane. He's got the cane, right? Like a two-ball cane or something like that. And he's
Mhm.
wearing black. He's wearing, well, Marty's also like a Mason in training because it's almost like he's wearing a black and white plaid shirt, you know? It's like checkers, but not really. There comes from Scotland, right? Plaid, like Great Scott. That's probably no connection to that. I'm probably just saying too much. But the other thing too is like all these X's, right? So there's an X through like out the window when you just look at Biff and he's like sitting at the table, old man Biff, right? And that's where, and you see behind him a big X, and that's because that's the cab company's across the street. The cab company is called Luxor Cabs, right? Where's Luxor? Is it Egypt? Yeah. And then that's an interesting play because Egypt is where pyramids are, and pyramids are right across the street from the fucking, the clock tower. So, and the clock tower is about time, and this is about a repeating cycle. It's about a repeating cycle because the movie's already happened and finished by the first time you watch the first fucking movie because Doc already has the fucking six gun. Doc's already been to the past. When you watch the first one, he's survived because he read the thing, but he's also got a six gun. He's from the old west because that part of the movie has already happened by the time you watch the first one. Feel me? So it's
Yeah,
a
he gets in
repeating
your pocket.
cycle. This also kind of makes it seem like it's echoing something in the Metonic, like the Metonic cycle, possibly. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I don't know. Like history repeats itself because the sky clock keeps repeating itself. What's the thing start out with? A bunch of clocks, bunch of clocks, bunch of clocks, bunch of clocks. Hey, there's a news clipping where the von Braun estate burns down. You'll see that too, like as it pans. In the
Dude,
opening.
look at this picture. There's cycle. There's two people on cycles in the diner. Just saying.
Okay. I'll look.
Isn't one of the clocks at the beginning like a Gleason's map? There's a Gleason's map. Yeah.
Clock's opening. I'm looking right now. I'm not seeing Gleason's map. Ooh.
I don't know if it's technically Gleason's, but it's an azimuthal equidistant map that's on the wall.
It's funny. I never noticed there were two people on cycles inside of the cyclical movie. Wow.
I think it's fair to say
Um,
you can read too
yeah.
much into things, but some of these are like, I don't know,
Long,
it just
and
seems
long
obvious.
shots. And they're long shots. I mean, there's just no way that this, like, things don't just happen like that. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty unique film for that reason. I think it's a true trilogy, not like some bullshit Star Wars nonsense. Yeah, that's good. I think Back to the Future 3 is a little bit weaker than these other two in terms, like the first one and the second one. I think are really
I,
strong with
I,
symbolism
can,
and reference.
I like
Okay.
three. All right, I like three though as a movie. I think it works better. I thought it was better than number two.
Yeah. Well, it shows you at least that the cats exist before the film really starts. So that's kind of cool too, because time is always like a character in the movie, actually.
What cats are you on about? Because when he said cats, I thought you like cool, like a reference, like these cats. I thought you meant like that, but you mean actual cats.
They flank the clock. They're left and right of the clock.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
I talked to Russian Vids one time about this, and he goes like, I don't know if he's fucking right about it, but he goes, those cats were specially made, and they were like this, and it's like, okay, maybe. But obviously, they spent a shit ton of money on like prop artists and stuff, right? I feel like there's also what do you call the Church of the Subgenius also makes kind of an appearance in this too, to a degree. Are you familiar with them? Like, I feel like they were
No.
working. I feel like they were on the fucking set or something because, like, he goes to high school, right? And yeah, so when Marty goes to high school, outside it's all graffitied up and stuff like that, and it says like Bob was here, Bob, and Bob is, if you're thinking about Church of the Subgenius, that's J.R. Bob Dobbs, their architect, whatever their. Well, if you don't know about that, check it out. And then inside, what is a Principal Stickler? What does he call Marty?
Wait. Whoa. Slacker.
Right. He calls him a slacker. And what does Bob do? What does Bob preach in the Church of the Subgenius?
I don't know what
To
that is.
slack is good, slack off. Bob tells you to slack off. That's what Bob says. Church of the Subgenius, I don't know. Check it out. It may have something to do with this, it may not, but it's a strange thing that he says slacker. And the only thing I really, outside of that movie, the only time I really hear people say slacker is out of the Church of the Subgenius thing. But it's also Robert Zemeckis too, so he's a Bob as well. Very interesting.
Yeah, there's a Richard Linklater movie. That's Slacker, isn't it? I think that was his first film.
Okay. He also plays the captain in Top Gun too. He's like Maverick, you don't fucking pull your shit together. You're gonna be playing a rubber dog shit, to Laos or whatever. I don't know. It's funny too. He's like the authoritarian figure in that movie as well, which was a pretty big movie in the '80s, I think. Anyway, yeah, but it's all new graffiti, so it's just made for the set. You know what I mean? And that set, right? Hill Valley is a Twilight Zone set. It's an old Twilight Zone set for like the end of the. What is it? Somebody look that up. I'm out of brain cells here.
Twilight Zone. That's going back some. So what we can conclude is that there's people writing the scripts for life, but also that they enjoy fucking with us. and they like sending people down rabbit holes to keep them from the actual truth.
Yeah, they seem to like to plant like clues. They seem to like to plant these little predictive programming things that all interrelate with their gematria, and it's like part of their like flashing their gang sign kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Word up, like the double M's from Marty McFly. But how about the it was like 33 if you turn it in the sideways or whatever. But Zemeckis,
No,
right,
dude. Double M's always Master Mason.
Okay, but he's wearing the plaid, black and white, right? It's okay. But Robert Zemeckis and the other writer is Bob Gale, so it's Bob and Bob. Right, they're the writers of it. It's two Bobs, so I don't know. It's like a funny inside joke or something like that he said slacker. It just feels it's too much. I don't know, but whatever.
Yeah, whenever I see the double M, I always think like Mickey Mouse or Marilyn Monroe. There's just so many. I always think Master Mason.
Well, Mickey Mouse, yeah, and I got the Club 33 down there in Walt Disney World, or used to anyway. So we got the World Series, echoes of 9/11 going on. We got maybe some Trump references somehow. There's, like I said, there's also a reference to a female president in the second one, which is as far into the future as we ever get. We only go to 2015 and never further. We need to go back to the future.
Don't they admit that that Biff Tannen was like modeled after Donald Trump? That whole character?
Yes.
Like that's even something that it's kind of
To that,
mainstream. Yeah.
Why did the clock stop at 10:04 though? That doesn't mean anything, does it? 10:04.
It's like a time that's used on like watch photography, I think. Second. Like when they take pictures of the watches, they put it on the time. I'm not really sure exactly. Other people have you know what the other thing too? Yeah, it's that time is also echoed on the is it Blast from the Past? Maybe the diner? It might have like a stopwatch on there or something like that in the logo of it. I forget. But I think it's set to the same time as that happens. Okay, and also like Calvin Klein, right? He's Calvin Klein, which is like the third letter in the alphabet, and that's got two C's in it. So C and C, could be a 3 and a 3, or an M and an M, or I don't know. It's just interesting that it also has dual geometric lexical something or others. It's very very unusual.
Where is Pete Shea when you need him?
I know. I was just thinking that.
Keep him out of here. Keep him out of here. He'd fuck it all up. Be dodos in there and shit. I'm just joking. But
Yeah, Zemeckis definitely seems like he's in their network, whatever that is. He's in their crew. I think all these guys are Spielberg. You don't really get to be that big. You're not making the biggest movies in the world if you're not part of their thing. You're not just coming up as a little film school guy and just making it to that level, making the biggest blockbuster hits. I don't know. Your dad has to be an astronaut or something for you to work in Hollywood. I'm trying to bait you.
That does not help you get a job in Hollywood, trust me.
How did you get that job in Hollywood?
My strategy was I moved to LA to go to film school, thinking I could both learn some stuff and then also start to build a network. And the way anybody can break in, it's hard, but the way anybody can break in is you just have to, as a writer, you have to write scripts for free on your own. You have to keep writing them until you write a really good one, and then you have to give the really good script you wrote to everybody on Earth, and then do it again, and then do it again. And eventually what happens is somebody who can help you will read the script and think it's good, and they'll sign you to an agency. Once that happens, you're off to the races. And they'll do that because they want to sell the script. So basically you have to write a piece of, like a calling card, a piece of material that's good enough to get them to sign you, and then once that happens, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How interesting is that too? He later does Forrest Gump. You know what I mean? What does that do? It talks about all different times of like time periods. Interesting. Guy goes from Romancing the Stone to Back to the Future series. Crazy. Anyway, yeah. Do you write all kinds of shit like in that, like specific times that are upside down coded messages and stuff like that? Is that's how you write, right?
No, not me. I don't.
Like,
The only
guys,
time I'll ever do something like that is like for example, in an episode of something I wrote that like the law firm was called Capaldi and Smith or something, which is obviously a reference to Doctor Who because these two actors' names are Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi, whatever his name is, the Capaldi guy. So I'll do little references to things I like that are just sort of in jokes for anyone else that likes that stuff. But that's the most I'll do.
Do you think you could slip a Gleason's map in there somewhere?
I'm sure Gleason's map just looks like that's just the AE map, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's all over the place. I bet you you don't even have to slip it in, right? I bet you we just turn on the TV, we'll find one.
Could you predict? Could you put some predictive programming that predicts some future psyop event that they're going to do?
You guys have to do the predicting for me. If you guys can do the part where you know the future, I can reference it.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll do it reverse. We'll plant it in there, knowing what they're going to do, and then we'll see if we're right, and they'll actually do it. Instead of
Did I
them
ever
going,
tell you about the time that the CIA came to us to see if we wanted to hire them to be our like consultants?
no, I've never heard that.
I mean, it's not that long of a story, but I'll just tell you really quick. So I was on a show that was a heist show with criminals, and there was an ex-spy as one of our characters, and we got a call from the CIA saying, that they want to consult for us to make sure that we represent the CIA in a good light, all that kind of stuff. And so the showrunners, the two guys that run the show, agreed to meet them, and so they flew to Langley, and they walked into the CIA's building, the main building, and they said as soon as they passed the threshold of the door, they both immediately looked at each other and said, "No fucking way are we working with these guys," because they just got such a creepy vibe from the place. So they had the meeting or whatever, but then they just told the guys, "No thanks, thanks but no thanks."
Seen some spook writers, and we'll just craft some future telling. That'd be super. Yeah, another. Yeah, I don't want to go into a different movie series here. That's cool. It's an interesting little thing to talk about once in a while. No, but nothing else like fucking reads like this. No, there's nothing else I think you can scan quite the same way that you can pull these coincidences from, you know. Oh, and then he names the one dog Einstein. In the past, it's Copernicus. It's interesting that way too, huh? But it's a dog, and a dog eats dog. It's really funny. Funny.
Yeah, I remember like listening to podcasts with somebody who'd made a film, and then some truther would be on there and be saying, look at this. This is in your film or whatever. But they had no idea. The set designer just came out and said, "Oh, we're going to put this here and that here," and they were saying, "Well, you just went along with it, sort of thing. You didn't." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's only until you get to like, what's that guy's name? Fucking hell, I can't believe I've got the guy's name. The guy who did the movie with the kid where he's got the jumper on and he's the director. Fucking, jeez, can't believe I've got his name. Anyway, it's only when you get to that, someone like that, he really cares about everything that's in that scene.
Oh, you mean no, I'm blanking on the name, but I know who you mean now suddenly. The guy who did The Shining. What's his name?
Yeah. Fucking Brain. Come on, Brain, you can do it.
Why did you infected me with this block? Why are we his name is
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, thank you, Gio. Oh my god.
I almost lost it for about 8 seconds. I was like, "Is this happening?"
That's weird how that works.
Sorry, everybody.
He only filmed
Yes.
he only filmed the moon landing. We don't even remember his name. Seems like he was involved in at least the first moon landing one. Maybe not the second ones, or the ones in the 70s where they were driving around the car and all that. But it seems like they did consult him for the initial one. There's like too many coincidences and connections.
Speaking of coincidences, guess who I just saw half an hour ago in old Montreal? Okay, I'll tell you.
Trudeau.
You guys know Led Zeppelin?
Oh yeah.
Robert
Not personally.
Plant?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a
not
good
personally.
sighting.
Robert Plant's walking around old Montreal.
Great.
Yes,
Nice.
Robert Plant.
You see him in person, or just like that was on the news or something?
Yeah, and I was driving by and I saw him. Yeah.
Just how did you know it was him? If you could tell?
Yeah, there was this big bald shaven dude with 2 tattooed sleeve arms. He looked like a 1% biker, like, so that was kind of a sign right there. And you see him when he has the hair, the long hair, the blonde hair. I guess he dyes his hair. He must be 70 now. But yeah, looking good, walking down the street, and 2 beautiful women following him, like young women, and they stopped him and they started talking with him. I guess when you're Robert Plant, all the women chase you around, right? Yeah.
He does a brilliant Elvis story. I can't remember the story though. Typical me. But basically, they went to see him in Las Vegas or something like that, and then he had them backstage, and there was a little moment between them where Robert Plant were telling him his favorite Elvis song. I just can't remember the song. It's doing me head. But yeah, it's a nice little story.
He seems
Yeah,
like a normal dude. He's just walking by. He just stopped, started talking. It's like most people probably had no clue who he was, right? Let's be honest, right? All the young people probably had no clue who he was.
Hey, Gio, how long is the Saturn return?
29 and a half years.
About how long does Doc go into the future?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
It's 30 years. It's just interesting that he picked that. That's picked. But Saturn return is like, isn't something to do with Saturn and conjunctions and some situation with those towers or whatever?
You talk about the 9/11?
Yeah, talk about this Saturn conjunction. of the
Saturn Pluto.
building and falling. Right.
Well, 9/11 happened under a Saturn Pluto alignment.
Oh, okay.
But there was a Grand Cross full moon partial eclipse right before it as well. Kind of activated the whole thing. Archetype, like when it's called a Grand Cross. So it's like when they're all 90 degrees, like 90, 90, 90, basically like north, south, east, west. They're all, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So you had a Saturn Pluto opposition and then the full moon making the Grand Cross right before 9/11. But I mean, also Saturn represents time, father time. And so that is interesting that, it's 30 years in terms of that.
Plutonium is right what they used to drive the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just checked to see. Explains it. There's a jazz festival going on in Montreal, and he's performing tomorrow with this guy Kraus. I don't know if you guys, whatever. So that explains why I saw him. Just walking down the streets just like a normal dude.
I saw Phil Lesh, the bass player for the Grateful Dead. I saw him in a Whole Foods one time, and he had like a whole cart full of carrots. I mean, He must be. I'm not joking. Phil Lesh, yeah, the bass player from the Grateful Dead. He had his whole cart was absolutely packed full of carrots. He must have had 10. I don't know how many pounds of carrots. Many pounds. It's like his whole cart was filled with carrots. He must be juicing carrots or something. But yeah, he was in a Whole Foods shopping. I did say a little something to him, but people were kind of saying a lot. I didn't really stop him and talk, but I did kind of gave him a wink and a nod, and I forget exactly what I said, but I was like, thanks for all the great music or something like that.
Yeah, I wish I could stop and say something, but I was in traffic, but it was like rolling really slow and the streets are narrow there. So it's basically one person walking on the sidewalk and the other one on the street. So he was walking on the sidewalk and his bodyguard was walking on the street.
Yeah, I mean, my tendency to see someone like famous like that in person is really not to go up to him. I just feel like it's so cliche and so many people do that.
Yeah, it's Yeah,
I mean,
it's like what are you, a girl? Yeah.
I mean, would I like to sit? Yeah, would I like to sit with Phil Lesh and talk for an hour and smoke a joint? And, that'd be amazing. But do I want to stop him when he's shopping at Whole Foods and try to fanboy on him? Not really.
Yeah, because if you do that, then all the other people are gonna stop. You're gonna make a scene, and then the guy, you're gonna spoil the guy. He's gonna have to take off, like leave the scene, right? Yeah.
I would never do that. The most I think I might just I might be smile like a little recognition. Like I might go, hey, I like the thing, and then that's it. That's all they would, and that would be a passing thing. I'd never actually go out my way to.
I saw Susan Sarandon and Tim Robbins one time, and yeah, I didn't go up to him, but I was about 10 feet away from him. They were definitely right there. But it was in the Caribbean, so nobody really knew who they were other than us. Well, I think a few other Americans did, but they blended in like to where, probably most. Yeah, they weren't getting swamped and people having pictures of Rocky Horror Picture Show to be signed or anything.
I'd have been like Andy Dufresne, crawl through a river of shit. Came out the other side, speaking of roses.
Yeah. For any Americans that are up north, right, near Montreal, in the summer, the Jazz Fest, I highly recommend it. If you guys are into like small venues, very famous people, that's the place to be. Top jazz musicians. I'm not talking about I'm talking top musicians. Example, Robert Plant, and he's not even a jazz musician.
Yeah, his favorite Elvis song will Love Me. I remember now.
You've got venues of like 500 people outside, 1,000 people, stuff like that. Yeah, it's really something.
I was in a diner. I was like 17. I'm just like by myself drinking coffee and like writing and stuff. And I see these guys in a booth right next to me, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, hey man, you guys look like you should be in a band. I said, and he goes, you ever hear of the Allman Brothers? And I was like, no. No, I've heard. I was like, yeah, I heard you guys. Like that really wasn't something I listened to. I was like, look, it's like I'm Greg Allman.
And it was really him?
It was really him, yeah. And I was like, man, I'm such an asshole, but also got good instincts, right?
What year was that?
I don't know, like maybe 2001 or 2000. Yeah, somewhere around there.
That's pretty cool. I love the Allman Brothers.
They just played like down the street, and I was like, oh.
I mean, Dwayne Allman was one of the.
Yeah, super fantastic. Yeah, I wasn't, I was like a saxophone playing young person. I didn't know the rock world.
Well, Zeppelin was like one of the top, of course.
Oh yeah. That's dope.
Yeah, what up, Snacks? I was enjoying that Back to the Future shit.
It's fun, man.
I'm like busy over here, though, so I couldn't talk.
I haven't really talked about it in so long. I'm surprised I could recall any of that shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you were pulling some ones I hadn't really heard before. Some interesting connections on it.
Yo, Gio,
Yeah.
have you seen our video Dank Force Delta meme?
I don't think so.
I gotta put that in the chat again, man. Fucking I did snack. Bro, I watched it the other day and it just fucking I love it. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Nice. Yeah, I'll check it out. One that you guys made?
Yeah.
Nice.
But Snack did all the video editing. Fucking awesome.
Yeah, they we kind of it was just Issa wrote like the beginning of it, and we're just on like a call, like something like this, and we're on Google Hangouts or something, and there were a couple other, like the other guitar players there, and right away, like, we were really thinking this is a great song or whatever, and then God, yeah, it just took like a minute or two to cut it somehow, and then they gave it to me, and I was like, I'll do the video for it, and then it's just what I came up with. So it was fun.
Yeah, there you go. You could probably get away playing it. I don't know if I think you could.
Dank Force Delta Mimesis.
Memes. Dank Force Delta memes. Yeah, it's like a kind of like a flat earth theme song, I guess, for us, or something, maybe, kind of. What'd you say it is? How did that go down?
Yeah, because it's when it looks like the ballers are winning. Dank Force Delta memes. Yeah.
When it looks like the ballers are winning. We were dropping memes on it, but it's it's people do it. Now still, it's great. Oh yeah.
All right, I think this should work. We'll see if the audio comes through. Should I share it on the live stream as well?
Yeah, man, feel free. You got my permission. Fucking yeah.
You don't have my permission.
Yeah, well, it's like, I don't know. I got under some heat, like, with one of the cats we were working with at the time. And it's just like, I just never know. These people. But play that motherfucker.
Morning, lads. How you doing?
Wait, is there no audio? I might have to.
Can't hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second.
You streaming something? My bad.
Are you good, brother? Check out the live stream video. Check out the music.
Yeah, bro. Fuck yeah.
A little more sound. Oh, wait. Can't hear it. Oh, you can just stop.
Watch the stream, Snack.
You might have the stream volume down.
Definitely has audio. I don't know what this video is. At least on face.
How old's this? So many Back to the Future of course as well.
Oh, I fucking love that thing, dude.
Snake Plimpton. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh,
I-
dude, it's so fucking good. I love that so much.
Oh man. I couldn't really hear it too well on here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overtalk it.
That's funny. So did you make you made the song and then Snacks put all the visuals to it?
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Yep, fucking. And then this other cat, he was on the guitar, and I forget how. I think I gave over. I think I had the main track, but I forget exactly how we did it.
Yeah, it was. I think we were trying to go for like something like Buckethead or something around that. I think it's where we thought that'd be kind of a cool guitar style. Anyway. When it seems like the ballers are winning, yeah, and it's like all the ballers. Like whenever that part comes on, I'm like showing like all the evil characters, like it's like Skeletor and Megatron and stuff like that. It's really funny.
Yeah, and then Chuck Norris with that one punch right there. I fucking love that. Dude, it's so good. It's just so fucking good. That fucking video is just fucking so
Sweating on that
like,
shit for
yo, dude, the opening though with the thing in the whatever that thing is in the suit running.
okay, it's from Power Rangers. Yeah.
Oh, it's so great.
I was like, I heard his guitar track, and I was like, it kind of sounds like Power Rangers. So like, I'll throw that in there. Yeah. Oh man, that was so long ago, man. Jeez. What year did that come out? What year did we do that?
So 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Huh. Yeah. The lyrics getting smarter, getting wiser, getting
Oh yeah, getting rounder. No.
getting rounder. No, we're not getting rounder. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you gotta get stronger. You gotta get wiser. Gonna get rounder. No.
That's funny. That's funny. He used to do so much like serious music. So this is like a kind of a just a kind of a goof, but we were having fun. Way back in the old days.
Well, yeah, it was what a fucking good thing.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to have like a GIF of that, you know, when some people like when there's like some heated debate and there's like 30 people and it's going wild and people are just blasting memes in the chat, you know, for every topic that comes up, they're pulling up like this meme and that meme. It's just like rapid fire. It'd be funny to like just take a little intermission and just play that.
Oh yeah, dude. I used to, man, that was kind of the hallmark of our show, man. When it got really crazy, we'd like, you know what I mean? We'd comment right down. I'd play a song. You know what I mean? Everyone would chill the fuck out. And that's kind of how we did it, man.
What's that saying? Music tames the savage beast.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd because really, like, when you get, like, it's like Geo, like, it's like when you're in the hot seat for this debate or whatever it is, it's like, you're running 8-hour streams, 12-hour streams, you're running these you got to fucking update everything, you got to get your OBS going, you got to get fucking all this crazy shit in the background that nobody sees. And like, so I used to just have it where I could like just jam out for a little while. Like I would keep the volume really low, so it would just be in the background a little bit, and then like if it got really out of control, you could calm it down, and then I would introduce the music to the Discord chat so that everyone would cool down. You know what I mean? Everyone could hear the music. I don't know. That's just how I used to do it.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for like slowing down, smelling the roses, enjoying some music. A little bit more the artistic side to kind of counter the
Well,
logic.
it's like I used to always feel like Flat Earth is like a band in that sense. It's like some people get it, some people don't, and like some people are into it, some people hate it. But it's like it's like an art. You know what I mean? It is art. This is from artists.
Some people love to hate. Some people love to hate it.
Right, all of it. It's fucking. It's like just a mic. It's just all art because it's like really, if you're like discussing Flat Earth, it's like it's like a luxury of the educated, in my opinion. It's not like it is essential in the finest, subtle sense of it all, but like it's only interesting to people who are into subtle shit. And you know what I mean? Like all that, it kind of lends itself to the art world.
And just for the record, you said Flat Earth is the hill to die
on. Well, I mean, like I'll tell you what, in certain settings, Jeremy, in certain settings, it is because it's the crux of the whole issue that we all know. You know what I mean? Philosophically, like if I'm going to deal with an intellectual equal and they can't take Flat Earth seriously, it almost eliminates them from any integrity to me. Intellectually, it might be a great person and this, that, the other thing, but like if this doesn't resonate with you, it's kind of hard for me to like, delve into shit. Like I just don't give a fuck.
It's like viewing it as like a litmus test of sorts. No matter what you think about the truth of it, just the capacity to allow the
to
mind
understand, like, dude, to understand that there's potentially an electromagnetic world of fucking science that you don't understand at all, and then on top of it, the potential that there's really like that the people who run shit have actually already mastered it. That's intellectually stimulating to me to think that there's this, you know what I mean? Like, there's this alternative view that really these rulers or these people, actually operate on. And that's fascinating. And if someone just poo-poos that by saying like, oh, that's just dumb conspiracy talk, it's like, dude, you are so fucking lame to me. I can't even. Like, you should go back to the mall and go look for some sneakers.
Yeah, and then like the opposite of it, I remember. Well, I've been to a couple like Flat Earth meetup type events, which were awesome. But there was one I went to that was it was called Flat Camp, and it was basically just a super chill camping vibe. ODD was actually there, so I got to meet him, and we just a whole bunch of us, 30, 40 people, just the bonfire, pretty much stayed up all night. We had food cooking. It was just awesome. And like, I'm just saying the opposite of that feeling of like nowhere to go. It was like the opposite of that because everyone there, it was just like a wellspring of, it's like you just like starting to talk to someone. It's like, oh, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? It's just like there's like almost an overflow of like intellectual topics to explore and ask people, what do you think about that? What have you heard about this? It's just amazing. Like there's something about the earth and the level, in my viewpoint, the level of truth that what the earth is, that just seems to, it is like a litmus test of sorts, like it could be viewed that way. Like no matter what your viewpoint is on it, just the capacity to even hold thoughts, outside of some kind of just authoritarian surface level image that your government puts on the screen and says, this is where you live. The capacity to at least question that or hold it as a possibility that it may not be true seems to open up this, massive reservoir of.
Well, yeah, I used to get it with like, even like with the subject of law. It's like, because like, you start talking to someone about like, hey, like there's this alternative history and this, that, and the other thing. And if they just outright reject it, it's like, man, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to know Or why, and even better yet, why you be so cocksure about something you obviously know nothing about? Like, you know what I mean? That's not that hubris and all that comes with that lower level chakra bullshit. Like, it's just lame. All that. Like, you know what I mean? They're not cool enough for flat Earth. Like, stop telling normies about the fucking Earth.
Yeah, that came up, reminded me just the other day when Witzel came in and he was talking about like these 2,800 documented near-death experiences, and he just got slammed in the chat. Like there were just people, you know, bullshit, all that stuff. But then like he was asking them what information they had on it, and it was like they didn't have any actual rebuttal. They didn't even know anything about the topic, and they were just like throwing mud for no like valid reason. Like,
well,
just
yeah,
like,
the only problem, I think Witz is just in the hot seat right now. Like, you notice it's like they come after whoever they got their sights on. You know, whoever, like, you know, the correct the record is paying to go, you know, for someone to go after. You know, correct the record is. You should look them up if you don't. You know, I feel like the only problem with Witsit though is Witsit gets a little bit like me. So like it's kind of ripe for, like, you know, that humor of abuse. Unfortunately, I think it's kind of fun. My girl says that's how I sound, so I really should, you know. So if Witsit's listening, don't take it as offense. I'm guilty myself.
well, yeah, I mean, if those guys are, you know, if they're looking for a reaction, so whoever they can get a rise out of, and whoever will react, perhaps they want to, you know, hone in more on. I'm not really saying, I'm not trying to call Witsit out in a sense for reacting, but he definitely gets into it with them, you know, like, so they may get fuel from that, perhaps. Because I mean, they know that, like, they know that they can, like, kind of get him going, and then it's like it's like, I don't know, there's some sort of reciprocal thing going on. Because I mean, if somebody does that kind of stuff and you literally ignore them, they'll get bored. You know, they'll do it once, twice, and they're like, forget it, and they move on. Although, yeah, he is in the hot seat in a way. Just, I mean, like, he's on Globebusters. He's you know, he's been on sort of. Is there a mainstream flat Earth thing? I don't know what you know, but there's sort of certain individuals that have been on certain, you know, just been out there. So he's kind of out there in a way, so that when he's here, kind of interacting with people that normally wouldn't necessarily be on one of the other shows he's on, then yeah, it's like they all want to try to troll. Reminds me, there was one of those times, I think it was Fight the Flat Earth or something. I've always, like, you know, when he's done those things, when, you know, the most I watch is about 5 minutes when he goes into these Discord servers or whatever. But I think one of them, he was saying to Witsit, it's just kind of a caricature of what maybe some of these guys' agendas are. But he was saying to Witsit, you know, he was calling him a gamma and trying to call that gamma thing. It was just a total shit show. And he was saying, he's like, Witsit, I am going to bully you off the internet. He's like, I am just going to harass you and insult you and just berate you until you just leave and you quit the internet and you just, you know, you're out of here. And he even said something like, you know, give me 1 year and I guarantee you'll be off the internet. It's just like the mentality of that. Like, you disagree with someone to such an extent that you're going to, like, harass and try to berate and bully them to the point to where they, you know, stop discussing a topic or being involved in a community. Like, it's quite an agenda.
Oh yeah, man, I've heard so many of them, like, you know, outright say that's what they're, you know, dead set on doing, man. You know, and I just think, you know, that's their headache. But it's like, it's weird to me because, like, it also made me kind of appreciate, like there's a public and a private side of this, right? So, like, if you were really up against, like, let's say, you know, potentially vested interested companies that want this conversation to shut the fuck up, Well, okay, why? That's what the other question becomes why? Well, why? Because the public can't handle the fucking truth. That's why. And that makes total fucking sense to me. And it almost makes me like, I get it. I get why these people are doing what they're doing. And you know what I mean? To shut it down, because it's like, people aren't fucking sorry. The people aren't fucking capable. Like some people are, they're gonna get it and they're gonna chill with it and be good with it. But some people would lose their shit. And it's almost like better served as like, just a quiet intellectual thing, in my opinion. Because I don't know if people could really even get with it. I mean, look at, I don't know. Look at them.
Yeah. Although, do you think that after the whole pandemic deal, like, do you think that more people are open? You know what I mean? Like, a lot less people are thinking that, just seeing the coordination that went down during the this couple of years there, like that wouldn't be as surprised. It seems like some people, it's like a
Yeah,
lot. It's like it'd be
I
less
think.
surprising to them, almost like this thing of like, well, nothing's off the table at this point. Like from what
Well,
just
yeah, check it. The flat Earth. I look at it the same way with that quote about art. It's like flat Earth comforts the disturbed, and disturbs the comfortable. That's what flat Earth does, and that's why I love it. Because it's for the disturbed heads out there that are dealing with this insane society, and they're not. It's, what is it? It's insanity to be well adjusted to an insane society, kind of a thing. You know what I mean? So it's like flat Earth is just like a puzzle piece that, like, I think just. But I don't know if people even then can handle it, because it's like it's so all the ramifications. You got to go through the whole rigmarole of learning all this shit, and then the rigmarole of coming back to reality and dealing with society and not being too upset about it. That's why law also answered so many questions, and why I found it so important a part of the conversation was because it settles all the nerves. Do you know what I mean? And like I said about, like, you don't want flat earthers talking to the principal at their children's school about, well, have you seen 200 proofs? Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be that wild with it, I think. It's like a measured, sophisticated topic, and it should be. I don't know.
yeah, I know what you mean by that. Like I don't really say too much in public, but like, yeah, sometimes I almost have had the impulse to want to just like, the earth is flat, kind of thing, just like say it to people. But yeah, I mean, without like having a real conversation, it's gonna.
Well, yeah, the best way I've thought, I used to do street interviews like in New York and shit. And like, so I'd be on the city and just fucking pick random motherfucker, you know what I mean? Like, and then I just walk up and be like, and I would always ask them, so what do you think about or have you heard of the flat earth theory? And like, you propose it like it's a theory, and let them talk about it. And even just that alone, if they've never heard of it, they're like, no, I never heard about that. And they just, you know what I mean? Or whatever, But it's like a mind virus in a certain sense, like if you're going to play that activism game. But I always thought you propose it as an idea, don't claim it.
Yeah,
Don't
that's an
claim it.
interesting approach, right? Because when you claim it, you're asserting it. Now you're questioning their
Well,
worldview.
now you're at odds with them. Now you're at
Right.
odds with and their opinion now is, and that's why it's so important to like let somebody fucking believe they live on a spinning ball, but you don't invite them to the party.
Yeah, I think approaching it that way, I know what you mean. Would leave off the defenses a bit more, because they might just think you're just asking like, hey, I heard about this thing. What do you think? What have you heard? Rather than I'm making this declaration and I'm about to question your entire worldview. And
Yeah, like you know what I mean. It's like what is it like believing in Satan and being deceived by the world's Illuminati? Like, you know what I mean? Because that's where some people go with it. They're like, they're like, the Earth is flat and you're controlled by Satan, and you don't know anything about the real world. It's like, I don't know. That's a little rough, man. I don't think anyone's gonna go for that. That to me is like op city. Like when people are trying to divide everybody over this issue, that's oppy to me. Because if you're such a fucking spiritual fucking guru, you know what I mean? Then where's your Kundalini hippie spirit that calms you right down, right? Where's your Kundalini hippie spirit? And then fucking, Why are you trying to change the world in a way? I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Although, I mean, is like the Earth being, whether you use the term flat Earth or stationary, planar, etc. I mean, is that like a? It's not necessarily like a thing that's like directly connected to the kind of hippie Kundalini thing. Like, it seems like a lot of like, just to use the term flat Earth kind of folks like are not necessarily. I mean, there's such a wide range of spiritual and religious viewpoints. Like, like you could associate some things with hippies, obviously, certain things, but
Well, I say it in jest as anyone who's familiar with the awakening process.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like the idea that you shouldn't be fucking like worried if people are making fun of you because you're secure, right? So it's like if you get called a hippie, it's just whatever. But like Kundalini shit, like you know what I mean? It's like that self discovery. Fucking, if you've read any books about this shit, that's part of the intellectual fucking path. And like, you know what I mean? People who haven't like tried to at least understand or develop any of that, or like tolerance or meditation even, or I don't know, man. It's like nobody's ever done any of that, dude. This ain't ready for this.
yeah, like the parallels between like a spiritual awakening and then sort of the micro and the macro, the cosmology connection to it all.
Well, you gotta. It's like this, bro. I used to always think of it like jujitsu, right? I don't like it when people talk about like, well, my spirit, my chakra is going to tell me what I need to do, and I'm going to flow with the chi of, the universe as I hit you with the earth or something. Like I me want to smack somebody, dude. However, when you're rolling jujitsu, there's a natural fucking real thing happening. I can't explain it, you know what I mean? And I would never dare to put it to words, and I'd make fun of anyone who would try. But I love it, and I know that it's real. Do you know what I mean? Don't talk about that woo woo shit. Just do the woo woo shit, dude. That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you start talking about it, it sounds gay, and I'm gonna make fun of you, dude. But I get it. I love rolling jujitsu, and I know about that. What they call, that Zen, no mind, fucking hippy dippy do. But it's beyond that. So it's beyond reproach. It's beyond being made fun of.
Yeah, like living a certain truth or living in a way versus preaching it, or kind of having that like thin veneer of that kind of classic kind of flaky.
Yeah, I look at it. It's like the Buddha slapping somebody for talking about enlightenment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there are even some like parables like that with like Guru, where like the sort of pupil or student, or what's the best term? Yeah, well, there's like the guru, and then what's the other? Yeah, the kind of student, as it were, where I think there's certain parables linked to that concept where he's kind of like when the person's like really like seeking enlightenment in a way that's like excessive, that's not really in the actual like flow of kind of integrity and actually going through the process, and then the guru will like do something that's very like mundane, in a sense, like like remind them to like, oh, have you cleaned the toilets today, or something like that, just to kind of like bring them back to earth,
Right. Or like washing your bowl, I think is one of their stories. You wash your bowl. You know what I mean? When you like, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it's so cool. I just think all that stuff is so intriguing, and some people don't think it's intriguing, and that's the difference.
Well, it's like the chop wood, carry water part of it. Like actually do it, yeah. Like the practical side, linked with the transcendent, or the like is real transcendence just actually like transcending this entire realm, or is it some kind of an integration of the physical and the non-physical, like the beyond, like the here and the beyond, not only the beyond.
Well, it's like no matter how enlightened you are, like you're gonna need a fire in the winter. And then if you don't know that you need a fire in the winter, how fucking enlightened are you? Like,
Got to make the light.
Well, you gotta keep warm, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna provide, you know, like, it's like if you think you're just gonna, like, you know, meditate and breathe hard to live out in the cold for the winter. I mean, it's not enlightened. It's not easy. If you had a fire, you'd be good. But you would know that if you were enlightened.
Right.
For sure. Yeah, integrating it into the physical world. Because that's the thing, like that, yeah, that idea of just like transcending beyond versus like, yeah, integrating into the practical side of it.
I kind of developed the idea that like what's like on the way to enlightenment, chop wood and carry water, and then when you reach enlightenment, you still have to chop wood and carry water, which means that the act of it itself has at some point, if you're enlightened, you will always chop wood and carry water with enlightenment, right? Like once you reach it, then you still have to keep doing it. It doesn't mean that those tasks are mundane any longer, or if they are, then you've kind of lost enlightenment. Which you can't. Can you do that? I don't know. It's just yeah. Everything we do is part of. We can do it in an enlightened way, and even if it's a mundane task, I guess. That's what I like to think. I guess.
Or like that there's enlightenment in the mundane.
Something like that. Because it can't be that like, oh, I'm just doing shit work and it doesn't matter for anything. Because if you think that, then that's not an enlightened approach. Yeah. Something like that.
Well, this is a big topic. There's a lot of directions in terms of this, and we could stick with it as well. But Issa, I was going to ask because it was kind of from a few minutes ago. This question on my mind because we were talking about yeah, that like, you know, is flat Earth the hill to die on, and these kind of some of the within that vein. But it's actually it was a little bit more with like people hearing about this, talking about it. I was going to ask you like, how much of it do you, in your mind, in terms of like people's resistance or their reaction to it, or their you know, just that the Earth isn't the globe and all of that. Like in your mind, how much of it is just that the Earth is something different that they're considering? Like, okay, the Earth isn't the globe and it's this, you know, could be something else or whatever. It's not moving, things like that. How much of it is that versus versus the component of, oh my gosh, someone's lying and there's evil and there's Illuminatis and how could they lie to this level and how could they pull off the deception? I was just like curious, like what you think on like, I mean, I guess it'd be hard to like do a percentage, like is it 50-50 or 80-20 or, you know, but I just think about that, you know, like there's the actual, you know, just the logical question of, okay, the actual physical dirt is not what we're told it is. But then there's this other thing. And it seems like some people can get pretty caught up on like, well, how would they lie and why would they lie and who's this evil and how could they be evil? And so, yeah, I was just curious what your thoughts were on like the kind of, the delineation between those, or like the kind of weight on one side or the other, and how much is the evil thing, you know, either like a blockage or like a limitation to actually just being able to consider the actual, you know, cosmological, you know, ideas that are at the foundation.
I think it's weird. I think ever since the moon landing, there's like a certain part of our society that was there, saw it on television, and it was locked into their fucking, like, it's a part of who they are almost. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, and then you've got the children of those people banking on the word of their parents. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's the thing, is it's like, you know, you're directly opposing all of that quote unquote history to them. You know what I mean? And like, and they're proud of these things. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of really all that it is, you know, even if you get like the most enlightened anarchist, you know, they still are like, yeah, no, but my dad's cousins, sons, brothers, uncle went to the moon. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, this just doesn't matter to them. Like, you know what I mean? Because you're never going to move that psychic kernel. And like, you know, and I always love the Quran. The Quran said, you know, that only God makes Muslims. And I feel that way about flat Earth. You know, only God makes flat Earthers, man. You know, the Quran says that the unbelievers are going to put their fingers in their ear and do everything they can to reject it. And I feel like this is all just part of that message. I mean, it's in the Quran. The earth is laid out before you like a carpet. I've never seen a fucking round carpet, bro. Like laid over a ball of a room. Any carpet I've ever seen is flat. You know?
Yeah, rolled out. Yep. Well, yeah, I was thinking like the idea of like a chain of an authoritative narrative, or like a string of like a narrative that has some sort of authority. But I often link it back, like the idea that like in, you know, our elders, you know, would contain the knowledge and the wisdom, and we trust our elders. And it seems like in the modern day, like the elders that we trusted in our family line, that kind of spirit that we all have of wanting to trust our grandparents and parents, you know, and so on, has been like misplaced into this kind of government parent, this kind of government authority. And then you have, like you were mentioning, this kind of like domino effect of a certain narrative that is then linked through the family in some cases. And so to even consider that it's a different way, like one has to in some way confront that lineage. I guess for me, that was pretty easy because I'd already seen through so many things that by the time, like, you know, to me, it was like that. I already was able to see that there was inconsistencies there, but yeah, I mean, some people are perhaps like their whole worldview is like built upon that foundation of that lineage, you know, of information, and then others that believe the same thing, which kind of reinforces it as well. So to go against all that, it's a lot to consider.
Well, yeah, think of it like cosmology and philosophy are directly linked. Come on in there, bud. What do you call it? And like you know, when you also got to think like a lot of people have operated, I think, on a materialistic, nihilistic philosophy, right? So, like, you know, maybe even like they've burned people, they've done, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't know because they just feel like, well, it doesn't matter. But the sun's gonna explode in 3,000 years, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. And I just think that they've built so much around that. Also, you know, people have like, you know, made even like, I don't know. I just think you question so much of somebody because they've taken it all personally. And that's what is it? The mark of a wise man is to be able to entertain two opposing ideas and reject both or accept one. You know what I mean? Like, you know, not everybody's capable of that, man. That's the real, you know, that's why it's a litmus test. You know, but I don't think, I think like you wind up with that. It's the materialist rationalism, the inevitable philosophy of the globe. And they're built on like, you know, shit's gonna explode in fucking 3,000 years. Forgive me, just busy over here.
Yeah, no, seeing it as a litmus test is a very interesting kind of angle. It's like, can you question the actual soil that you walk on, the earth that you've known and lived on your whole life? Like, it is like an ultimate litmus test of the intellect. I'm not saying to come to one conclusion or another, but to be able to hold that.
Hey, bro, all you need to think about is like this, man. People think they're fucking spinning, dude. People think that they're fucking rotating on a fucking sphere, bro. That's fucking crazy to me. There's not one fucking inclination that is to do with your senses that should tell you that you're fucking spinning, other than if you're going to point to the stars and talk about them going across the sky. But I always think to myself, like, if I watch an eagle fly from horizon to horizon, does that mean that I'm fucking rotating? Like, there's so many things in my life that, you know, that you see that go across the sky or move this way or that way in front of you, and you don't feel any inclination as to say that I'm moving. I mean, it's an interesting idea that maybe we live on a sphere and that we're rotating, and that's why the stars move and all the rest of it. But that's like for when you're drunk and you're fucking at the fucking, you know, like that's a wild idea. That's pretty fucking wild. But I don't think that's what we're doing, actually. Though. You know, I just think like, and the fact is, if you can break that spell, you know, I think you know that's the spell right there to me, man. Is that people think that they're spinning, and there's no fucking any indication to them that they're spinning, but they just think that they're spinning or rotating or whatever fucking term these people want to use.
Yeah.
But if you know, if you were on a merry-go-round and you were moving at this, but I mean, just shut the fuck. Yeah, exactly.
I remember when I first thought about why we were spinning was when I was told that we were spinning, and I remember being in a car and thinking that, oh, maybe it was the cars that were making the Earth spin. You know, I mean, I was little, but I remember this thought. I was like, okay, why are we spinning? And then I had to put, you know, I had to take my surroundings, and from what I knew the tires were spinning on the car. Like, that was obvious. So then I thought, okay, if the Earth is spinning, then maybe the cars are standing still, making the Earth spin. You know, that's how ridiculous it is.
Well, yeah, we were talking earlier. We had kind of a whole, I don't know, an hour or two, kind of an in-depth discussion, Kosho and others earlier about this. And like I was saying, like Kosho was saying that to him, it's like intuitive that when he looks up at the sky, he thinks he's moving. And we were all like challenging that, because if you're sitting in a chair, you know, sipping on a lemonade, you're just chilling there on the side of the road, and there's a bunch of cars flying by going 50 miles an hour. I mean, there's nothing that would make you think you're moving. Obviously, you would say, yeah, those cars are moving. And then he was trying to bring up, yeah, but when you're in a car and you're going 50 miles an hour on the highway, then the truck next to you is going a little slower, and then it kind of can feel like you're moving backwards for a second. Anyways, yeah, so we were going into all that. Of course, that's different, though, because...
Yeah, well, that's like grown adults trying to think this. I was in third grade. Trying to make sense of what, trying to make sense of what I was being told in class, that the Earth spins. It's like, oh, the Earth spins. Oh, really? Why? Oh, maybe it's because of the cars. As the cars move, it's actually not the car that's moving. Maybe it's the Earth that's moving. No, that's fucking stupid. But they made me question my reality by teaching me that, at such a young age. And that's what they do.
Yeah, well, then it requires something, because if you are spinning and whirling and going upside down and going at millions and millions of miles an hour and all that, then you have to have some kind of force that basically nullifies all of that to make it seem like it's just completely stationary. So there has to be like a force, the gravity thing, that's clinging you to the ball, and then making when you're upside down in Australia, you don't feel upside down because quote unquote gravity. So then they need this like dramatic type of force, like, dare I say, magical, without being insulting to anyone, but it's like a very, very fantastical thing. Because that, like I've said too, like the idea of roller coaster force, where like, let's say you're just sitting on a couch and you're just totally still. And if I were to, come to you and you say, yep, I say, are you moving? You say, nope, I'm just sitting here. And I was to say, well, actually, there's this thing called roller coaster force. So you're actually spinning and turning and warping in all these different directions. You can't sense any of it. You have no idea it's happening, but you're actually doing all those motions. And then to get that person to believe, oh, okay, all right, yeah, roller coaster force, that's it. All right, I am doing all that. I guess I was wrong that I was stationary.
Yeah, does anyone in Australia call America the land down under?
That's an interesting point, yeah.
You know, where so that kind of tells you where this whole idea came from. Like, it wasn't anyone in Australia who tried to create this model of a globe. You know, as
I had one when you were saying when you were younger. Yeah, I remember I was probably 7 or 8 years old, and I don't know why it's so vivid in my memory, but I remember I was actually in like one of the bathrooms at my parents' house when I was, growing up and everything. I just remember for some reason I was very vivid. I was like in the bathroom. Why I wasn't even like going to the bathroom at the time. I just was in the bathroom and I just remember thinking like, oh my gosh, like they tell us that we're like right now I'm just chilling in this bathroom and they tell us that I'm warping and going, I'm upside down, I'm right side up, I'm going at all these different directions and all these different vectors at millions of miles an hour. And I just remember thinking like, that is so crazy, in my mind. Like it didn't make sense. Like there was
Bro,
like
I used to think how romantic it is that like we'll never be in this moment of space again. You know what I mean? The idea.
Well, I know, because I was saying, like, I've been saying this like last couple of weeks, like, because apparently, they say we move like, 500,000 miles, in 12 hours or whatever the math, it's like around that. So it's like when you go to bed, if you believe the whole globe model, when you go to sleep, then you have to believe that when you wake up, you're 500,000 miles in a different position. You're not actually in the same area that you woke up, that you went to bed in.
It depends on what you're referencing. But it's funny what Issa said, because that's what I think is the value of astrology. Like those astrology charts. If you think about it, it encodes like a imprint, like an identification mark for that exact moment where your location is in space, which is unique if you are using enough. Like if you're using the celestial sphere and all that kind of stuff, like it's a unique location that you're at.
is that kind of like the idea of romance, trying to create a memorable moment? They write a lot of romantic songs about stars and the moon. A lot of romantic songs. So trying to create a memorable moment in that time to reference stars and celestial beings.
And my only point is that any given map of the sky, if you have enough, if you use enough, celestial bodies, even if you just use the planets and the sun and the moon, I think you're not going to have a. I would just say add in some more stuff, but anyways, you're not going to have a two nights that are identical. Like
it's funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just fun to say. It's funny how you said planets.
Planets, that's what they're called.
Well, but it's usually planets.
Planets.
You said, sounded more like planets. But yeah, I mean, there is a unique position. But I mean, throughout any 24-hour period, well, let's say 12-hour period for a clock, if you're looking at like an analog clock, within a 12-hour period, there's no two moments that are the same. The hour hand and the minute hand are always in their own unique places. And in the same way, like I hear what you're saying, and I do think I could get into that. Like there's something beautiful and romantic about the fact that, yeah, like you're saying from an astrological perspective, like the sun, the moon, the eclipse cycle, the Mercury, Venus, all of the wandering stars, they are in unique positions. And even though there's certain cycles that align in sometimes several hundred years, like some cycle that's a more rare cycle, things like that. But as far as we know, like there's been no two moments that are the same. It's like a flower. It's like
those two
vortex.
people. Yeah,
reminds me of like a vortex or like a flower, like the flower of life that's like always moving. But I mean, just to end what I was saying, Coach, but I mean, even with the positions of those wandering stars having a uniqueness, like in the sky clock, that doesn't mean that we're in a different position. It just means that those are in their own little positions. You know, their own
Yeah, in
geometric
your
relationship.
paradigm, I agree. I was just going off what Issa was saying. Like he said, I guess back when he was younger, he thought about it differently. Yeah, I'm just saying
Oh
the
yeah, no,
idea.
dude, I used to think it was the shit, man. I used to fucking stay tuned to all the space shit. I thought we were going to fucking Mars. I thought we were going to go to the moon. I thought fucking all of it, man. I thought, like, you know what I mean? How romantic. Like, all of my artistic notions about life were centered around all of that stuff because to me it was so quintessential to life itself. And you know what I mean? Like, everything that we're about. And we're these, like, you know, evolving atoms of God. You know what I mean? Experiencing itself, you know, the universe experiencing itself. And you know, and like this, like in this like onpouring outrush of like 360-degree universal movement, like, and all that shit, dude. But it falls completely flat on me now. Like, but I used to think, like, you know, again, like, I really, it was like, I'm sure I freaking met a girl talking about this one time. You know what I mean? Like, it's so romantic. The idea that, like, you're only in this moment of space right now once, and we're moving right now through this space right now. You know what I mean? And like, it's not like what was 5 seconds ago, we're no longer there in space. That's amazing. It's a fantastical idea. It's beautiful in a lot of ways. However, it also caters to the nihilism of the sun's going to explode and the romanticism of what does it matter?
Yeah, but why does that nihilism have to be included?
Because it's just life. You know, you're just this droplet of like life experiencing life. There is no morality. There is no morality on the globe, man. In the sense of the philosophy, it's at least in the philosophical outlook of science. Because what is morality but a hindrance to your fucking progression? And that's the fucking difference, man. And that's everything. And the fact
I
is,
think
when you wake
that's
up, and to me, it's like, you know, and then even like to look at it like this, like even worse, like look at it like this. If you fucking think, in my eyes, man, if you think you're spinning and all the rest of it, you're a victim of the very people who believe that stepping on your integrity and your intellectual capacity by giving you this fake bullshit makes sense to them so that they and their progeny can go on and exist off of your servitude. And that's what I think, man. It's the same fucking, and it's just you become the product of the adversary of the people who fucking created this. And
I just
it's
think
nothing.
that
Yeah, forgive me.
the nihilism thing. I just think that's silly because it's like we all know we're gonna die one day, but that doesn't make us nihilists. You know what I mean? Just because we know like the sun's gonna
Well,
encompass the earth
dude,
one day.
Nietzsche literally got to the point of nihilism when he said that man killed God when they took the sun out of being in the central position of even the solar system. So, you know, it's integrally, historically related to the fucking cosmology, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Nietzsche made this point based on the grounds that fucking science removed the sun from being the center point of even the solar system. And when that happened,
And
he
the
said
earth.
they killed God, man. That's
What do you
I
mean the
mean,
earth when you
That's
say that?
because
Oh,
their god was a sun, and they
thus spoke.
worshiped the sun, right? I mean, was
I
Thus
mean, because
spoke the
he even goes
Magi.
on. He goes,
So,
he goes. So, so which way is up? Which way is down? Which way is all this shit, man? You know, he gets into that.
that's so smart, bro. Thus spoke Zarathustra, Zoroaster. Zoroaster is the Magi. Thus spoke the Magi, and the Magi is these scientific elites, and they changed the whole worldview. And they even wrote that they killed God. Wow, that's
What's wrong
crazy.
with the Magi?
I guess you are defending them and their orb, so
I'm asking a
The
question.
orb they
I'm asking what's
follow
wrong
to
with
No,
the
find
Magi?
he's
Christ.
asking what is the Magi though. It's a good, it's reasonable. He's not defending. Kosho's just
Oh,
Kosho. Man.
what the Magi are? They were like the priests in Persia and stuff like that. There was this was Zoroaster was supposed to be like the first Magi or whatever. Zoroastrianism was supposed to be, I guess, the telling of the story about him.
Why is that intrinsically bad? I agree with what you said that the Magi and the scientists today are a lot alike. Yada yada. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that who said it? Arthur C. Clarke or whoever said, you know, magic. What did it say? Or is this technology? Something about technology and magic. It's gonna be perceived like magic. But
Yeah,
so
I know
some
what you're
people
talking
know
about.
stuff, and then it looks like magic to other people.
Yeah, but it's talking about what they say and how it has an impact on the people, right? And the guy, because they're not even an authority. Like they're an authority, like to another authority, right? When a scientist says something, it doesn't matter what the scientist looks like, what his social status is, just the whole status of being a scientist or whatever. Like Neil deGrasse, people would just take you for what your word is, no matter what.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. Or some lazy people, or I guess trusting or naive people. I guess all the above. Yeah.
But Kosho, can you see like that there's a way in which that people that want to assume some sort of power and have control over others have found that through the sort of Big Bang and the spinning and the evolution, and we evolved from monkeys, and our consciousness just is coming from just neurons bouncing around in our brains, and you know the way that they claim the whole creation story, as it were, the way the planet quote unquote formed, and cells bonked around together and sort of just became more complex somehow, and then snails came up on the land, and then snails turned into the whole that all of that, and that kind of it's like in my view a very like fractured and isolated kind of creation story that doesn't really have like a holistic or an integrated connection with creation. Like it has a sort of like an isolated, almost like almost like a bastardized concept of these just rocks and things coalescing in the middle of a void. I mean, are you open to seeing how that can build like a certain form of a mindset that makes people easier to control, because like the moral foundation is fractured, so they can kind of plug different agendas and concepts into it, and then there's not as much like cohesiveness within like spiritually within people, and the connection with the creator and the connection with communities, because there's like that level of sort of disconnection.
Yeah, I suppose I could see that being plausible, but the problem is that all the things you mentioned, I happen to believe because there's evidence for them. So it's like, yeah, people could use a lie to try and trick people and control them, but the only things that I believe because of evidence. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know if it applies to that stuff.
Okay, so you're saying
Sure. Can you
it's
hear
not.
me? Testing a new folks out. Can you guys hear me?
We can now. You cut out for a second at the beginning, but
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, man. Great to hear you.
Awesome, man. Yeah, but yo, Kosho, when you're like things that I have evidence for, like, do you feel like you're spinning? You know what I mean, bro? Like, when you go out to the ocean and you look at it and like you look at the horizon and it looks fucking flat. You know what I mean? Like, just think like you have to, or in my opinion, you bypass what is essentially evidence before you in order to accept evidence from a third party. You know what I mean? There's plenty of evidence, in my opinion.
Have you ever stood like stood near like where you're looking at a building and you see like stars next to the building, behind the building, whatever, and you're staring at it so long, you see those stars, that were hidden or not hidden, become hidden, or vice versa. Like you're watching it basically move so slowly that you see that those subtle changes or whatever. Because I've done that before. I do it sometimes, and the feeling I get, like not the feeling, but we were saying this earlier, the intuition I get is that I'm moving, that I'm rotating. That's just the intuition I get.
Right. So the only right, and my thing is like unlike just your intuition, it's scientifically proven that you're not going to feel like you're moving, and it looks flat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, I got science on my side. And if I'm going to be a dick in a way, it's like I have science on my side, evidence, and you have intuition. And this is the thing where it's like I think that, like, again, when I see an eagle or anything other thing fly across the sky, I don't initially think I'm moving, and I think, why are we doing that with the stars? You know what I mean? But you know, you know, you, I don't know. You're one of the people that I consider to be not like a normie who just happens to think they live on a ball. So I grant you that respect. However, I don't get it, man. You know what I mean? Like, I was being candid earlier, et cetera. And I'm willing to be candid around with you. It's like, I think, to me, it's just retarded to think that you're spinning when there's no fucking direct evidence that you could experience. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's like you're a victim of the same materialistic nihilism that would do that to itself. And I mean,
Well,
but great, like, and I just say that, and I don't mean you, because I don't think you're a fucking victim, and you can
no,
always
that's fine.
change your mind. You know what I mean? But there is that, like,
No,
people that think that are like victims to me. Go on, brother.
you weren't here earlier, and I'm probably gonna sound like a broken record because I said it like 8 times to Gio earlier. But there's, in my opinion, any other scenario, because a bird thing is not really analogous, because for it to be analogous, you would have to say like the bird, some tower, all the bird, like the entire sky, because it's the entire sky moving. So it's like any instance where I get that stimulus, like my
What
entire
about a
scene
flock
is
of
moving. Is
geese?
that like a flock? You said?
Yeah, because I mean, like, that's what we're dealing with. Like, let's say if there's or like, an airplane way up in the sky. You know what I mean? That, like, takes forever to go across from my horizon. It's like, I just think, like, anything that I'm looking at that is going from one part of the fucking sky to the other, regardless of how slowly or whatever the fuck, there's no inclination to me to think anymore that I'm spinning or rotating or whatever. There's no
Well,
other. There's no microcosm of that. I mean, maybe. Oh, I guess I can't say that, because you could put yourself on a boat and all kinds of shit. But, like,
yeah, you put yourself in a lot of places.
yeah. I don't want to go into that. But I'm just saying, like, it's like, where else in nature, in the sense that you see something move from point A to point B, and then just jump out of the loop and say, "No, I'm spinning." I just don't. It doesn't make sense to me.
I was actually, because you've probably seen Fear and Loathing. I was remembering, I said this earlier too. There's a part in the movie where they're at a bar on a carousel. 'Cause I was watching this the other day, and they're not moving, sitting at the bar. But every time I see that part, my intuition tells me that they're the ones moving, but it's really the carousel around them that's moving. You find that out when he's walking on it or whatever. But I'm just claiming that when you see your entire, like, or at least when I see my entire scene, or I see an entire scene around me move, my gut instinct tells me that it's me that's moving, especially if it's reoccurring. So if it's moving circularly and just resetting every day, it it would be tough for me to intuit that the entire sky was moving around me in a organized circular fashion.
Fair enough.
Again, that's just me though.
Yeah, and I can't. You know, who am I to criticize you? You know, on that. You know what I mean, brother?
Well, that's why I was asking Coach before when we were talking about that. Like, and I don't know if you fully answered it. Like, would you say that this is just your, unique type of intuition, or if you're using that term, like that's like your unique thing? Because, like Issa was saying, I mean, there's nothing that indicates we're moving at all. And that, I mean, humans, if it was just a baseline universal intuitive that we're moving just because the sky is moving, then humans would never have had stationary cosmologies, and then this, since the dawn of time, as far as we know, other than this globe that's come in and said that we're all spinning. So if it's if it's a universal intuition thing, then humans would have had that from the beginning, but it's the opposite. And even to this day, even like in the kind of mainstream science, they admit, yeah, you're not going to feel you're moving at all. The horizon's going to look flat. Everything's going to, be just like a flat, non-rotating Earth.
You're a great listener, Gio. But I told you earlier that I said earlier that it for sure is my unique perspective because I can't speak. I told you even that my assumption would be that there's many people who maybe see it the way I see it, and there's many people who maybe see it, intuitively that they're not moving. But it's I think that because you said, is this based on your history of like what you learned or what experiences you have? And yeah, it would be. It based on what I know, especially if I saw my whole scene around me like repeating circularly around me, I would hopefully immediately assume that I was rotating so I could stop myself and whatever. But that would be what I would think would be the first assumption I'd make.
Okay, then just use the word if just to be neutral. So if the Earth is, a stationary planar surface, then how would you be able to have an accurate intuition if your current intuition is wrong that you're spinning? Because if you're getting spinning from the thing that isn't spinning, then how would you be able to get the correct intuition if you already are,
Wait, are we assuming the Earth is not spinning?
Yeah, I'm saying from the perspective that it is not spinning, it is stationary, sky's moving. I'm saying if your current way of detecting it or intuiting it, as you're using that term, is that it's a spinning globe, then what would you be able to do to get the accurate one?
Well, minus ruling out all the, like hurricanes or something like that, I would say all the inertial tests, like all the Coriolis bullets, shooting or whatever, which I guess not really a good test, but Coriolis of any kind, and the weight change, this kind of thing. These are sort of things I would test, and then and also SAGNAV effect. These are things I would test, and then assume to find false, results. Like I would assume false results.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, Korshaw, but the latest. Good evening, everybody. The latest long distance shot from, let's say, a sniper is 4.2 miles. It took 24 seconds to hit the target from muzzle to target. And they didn't take any Coriolis into effect at all.
Out of nowhere? That's awesome.
Right, they didn't take the Coriolis effect into consideration at all. The standard is when we fire weapons that have been in the military, we don't we don't consider Earth spin at all. It's not something we think about. We think about the munition, of course. We think about the distance to the target. We think of our elevation. We think of the wind speed. Okay, and then when we're doing these long distance shots at targets, we do have spotters at the other end who are radioing us as to whereabouts we hit, and then we adjust for that because of the rifling from the barrel, and then of course there is a slight drift in the wind maybe having an effect on the bullet itself, but we're not considering that the Earth is spinning at all. That's not what we do. And then we hit the target, let's say left of bullseye, they will tell us you're at left of bullseye, you need to adjust to the right a bit. And that's what's going on. It's not about calculating,
hold on.
making sums. Yeah.
That's a different kind of shot. You're talking about a sniper who's making corrections based off of their past shot, right? Like they shoot their way off and then they make corrections based on how far off they were.
That's how it's always done. That's how it's always been done.
It's not how kills are made.
It's never in the history of sniping has anyone got their mathematic calculator out, start and then you start shooting again. Oh, I've missed. Let me get another bit of a map. That's never happened.
That's indeed not true. I can name several examples.
It's true.
When the Navy
SEALs, I don't know any military man. I don't know any military man except for the one Marine who is on the YouTube. The only video that I've ever seen on the YouTube, and this guy doesn't do any maths at all, and he doesn't fire. He doesn't fire north or south. He fires east and west only. That's not proving Coriolis at all. Because when you're firing, let's say you're firing against the rotation of the Earth, it would mean that if they timed it properly, that from the muzzle to the target would be sooner than if you're firing along the going with the rotation of the Earth. Then the bullet may even take longer to reach because of the movement. Okay, but that's not going to prove it either. He should have fired north and he should have fired south, and he never. That's the only video I've ever seen where the guy is claiming to be a Marine specialist, and you see him get his rifle and set it up and target set up, and it didn't prove Coriolis. That's the only video I've seen.
This 4.2 mile shot. How can you be sure they didn't use Coriolis?
Because that's what we're told. Why don't you look it up? I haven't got any details for it, but you need to look it up for yourself. There was no Coriolis. Okay, remember that, no Coriolis. And if that were a real thing, remember, it would mean that aeroplanes, helicopters, things that fly across the Earth would need to consider that when they're coming to landing, especially. So it's just not happening, man.
That's just not true. But I don't want to.
Very true. It has to be true. It has to be true. If it's working on a projectile bullet, it would have to be true for everything that flies: drones, helicopters, aeroplanes, hot air balloons.
Yeah, but imagine a bullet, right, which is a centimeter off over, I don't know, a mile or something. If a plane is going to be a centimeter off over a mile, it's not going to throw off the plane in any kind of way whatsoever.
The Earth is depending on where you are on Earth, you get different supposed rotational speeds. So, you say a centimeter. Again, you haven't proven that. That's something you're just saying, right? And that could have been due to the wind, not due to the Earth's spin. It's not, Earth is not moving. That's not the way to gauge it. Been proven. Sagnac, Aries failure, Mickelson and Morley, all these experiments that are famous have proven that Earth is stationary.
Well, I love the Sagnac effect proved that the Earth was rotating.
All of those experiments prove Earth is stationary Earth.
I don't think so. I think the Mickelson Gale.
In reality, you don't know. You look at the sky, and if the sky is moving, then the question would be, how comes we're still seeing all the same constellations if we're moving at 2.3 million miles an hour? It would be an impossibility. And remember, we're on a yearly orbit around the sun. That's 90 times the speed of sound. 90 times the speed of sound on a yearly orbit. 1.5 times spin on the axis. And if you watch the video called The Hypersonic Sled, that's moving at 8.6 times the speed of sound. You don't get to see the sled at full speed, half speed, and quarter of the speed. Okay? You don't see it. So for the ISS, for example, to be moving at 24 times the speed of sound, that's an impossibility, yet alone 90 times the speed of sound around a sun. You've got problems, but anyway, I'll leave you to work it out for yourself. You've got a nice dream you've got there. Good luck.
Thank you.
I shall mute myself and listen to your explanation.
Well, it's too much, but you know, the speed of sound up where the ISS is extremely slow, if at all apparent, right? So it doesn't make sense to talk about the speed of sound in space. But I don't know.
You see, it makes a lot of sense for those who don't quite understand what 17,500 miles an hour really means. So we use that to home in on and help those lame men and lame women and boys and girls understand the speed that we're talking about, because it is moving at 17,500 miles an hour. That's the speed they give us. Let's equivalent that into the sound. And we can do that. I mean, it's 24 times the speed of sound. That's how far it's moving. So, you know, to say that it doesn't have any place in discussion is a joke. You don't have any place in this discussion, you mean? Why are you here?
Perhaps. But you do know the speed of sound changes depending on your elevation. This is true for any elevation. So when you leave the Kármán line and there's no atmosphere anymore, the speed of sound is, you know, crazy.
It's still moving. The thing is in motion, supposedly, in the vacuum of space, supposedly. These are all speculations that no one's confirmed or validated. That's why we question it, and we'll use every means necessary, as in, what's his name, Malcolm X, any means necessary to prove our case and to ask those questions and to help those who don't quite understand that kind of speed.
Fair enough.
And it's just for,
you know,
just for you to confirm to us. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, Doofus Manfred, he's in the chat. He used to be in the army, he told me, and when he was in the army, he was artillery. So he worked with artillery, and he said that they indeed did have to account for Coriolis when they shot those. That's what he says.
That's absolute bullshit. And then you've got the governmental documents, of which we've got 150. I've got another 144, states that you need to consider Earth to be flat and stationary. They even say flat Earth. There are artillery bits of equipment that say flat Earth written on the body of the thing. So no, that's rubbish. If he was in the army, then so be it. But he didn't do that. No military man does any sums for the movement of the Earth. No, that's bullshit. No one considers it, and I've got videos of personnel, you know, real army personnel telling you.
Kosho, it must be so easy to trigger a flat earther, huh?
Well, they have to factor that in and shoot the they have to shoot the bullet. They have to shoot at where the target's going to be if you want to, you know, if you want the bullet to go in a straight line path and travel the shortest distance. So you would have to do that if the globe was rotating. If you wanted the bullet to travel the shortest path.
Yeah, and Jeremy worked that one out a couple of years, maybe 3 years ago. He was arguing strongly about the, you know, they'd have to be landing on moving runways and making all kinds of corrections just to land on an aeroplane. You know, so he argued it brilliantly. He brought it home perfectly that they don't. It's just impossible. Silly. Children are laughing at you.
That's what the argument is, Kosho. You want the bullet the bullet travels in a straight line, right? See, the bullet can't deviate. So if you have Coriolis involved, The bullet's going to go in a straight line because it's only in flight. And it's going to go, it's going to take the shortest path possible. It's going to rotate under it. There's going to be a differential in speed. It's going to cause the bullet to appear to deviate. And, you'd have to account for that if you wanted to hit your target. If Earth was rotating. Right? Is the bullet traveling the shortest distance?
Oh God, Jeremy. Yes, it is.
And it's not correcting for Coriolis. You're actually shooting it in a straight. It can't correct, right? It's not a controlled flight.
All right. And which reference frame are we talking about?
The bullet doesn't deviate, right? There's nothing making the bullet adjust left or right. So it's going in a straight line to the target. That's the shortest path, right? A straight line.
If you ignore all the other deflections, then the Earth, then the bullet can be said to be traveling in a straight line in a frame that was not rotating but moving with the Earth.
Is a straight line the shortest distance?
What deflection?
No, is a straight line the shortest distance between 2 points?
Yeah.
And the bullet does that, right? It travels that straight line path, right?
In a specific reference frame. Yep.
Well, in reality, the bullet can't deviate itself, say for the wind or something, but the bullet just goes in a straight line, right?
Yeah, but the reference frame that it's going in a straight line in is very hard to conceptualize because it's moving with the Earth. It's not rotating with the Earth. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's moving with the Earth. It is rotating with the Earth. But it's maintaining the tangential velocity of the
those are assumptions. Those are assumptions of what you're doing there. That's assumption. That's not fact. You're speaking as if it's fact. Right. That is not a fact. You would need to demonstrate some kind of experiment to show us that conservation of momentum is a thing that can happen. You need to show us that the Earth is indeed a globe ball, which you haven't done yet. Well, of the circumference, 24,901 miles. These things you're assuming. You then need to demonstrate that gravity is real because it's keeping the oceans onto this ball Earth. So there are a lot of things that you need to consider and prove as fact before you can even speak. So everything you're building your story from a false premise of assumptions. That is all you've got. Because if you had the evidence, I would be shutting up and listening to that now.
You have to recall that I'm answering Jeremy's question specifically about this model. Even if it wasn't my model, my answer still persists because
but you should be more honest, intellectually honest, and saying, I am assuming at this point, I'm assuming this, I'm assuming that. This is how you speak. You speak as if it's affirmative, and it's not affirmative in any way, shape, or form. So your language you're using is incorrect for somebody who is just trying to answer Jeremy's question, but you're not answering it to my satisfaction. You are speaking in the affirmative when you shouldn't be. Sorry, not acceptable.
Let me again say that all I'm describing is the model. So I'm not making any statements on whether or not the model's accurate. Okay.
Yeah, then it's the words are supposedly then, that kind of thing. Nothing's affirmative. You're using affirmative language in your explanation for something that's not been validated or proven. That's the problem.
Okay, Kosho, if we shoot the bullet on the equator, all right, going east or west, whatever, does the bullet go in a straight line, meaning it doesn't deviate left or right?
As I said, in my model. The reference frame in which you can say that is a very complicated one. So
it's both reference frames. There's no Coriolis effect either way. We're on the equator. We shoot it east or west. It doesn't deviate left or right because there's no Coriolis effect there, right? I don't know why you try to get crazy.
There's Coriolis effect on the equator, yeah.
Nothing that would cause a left or right deviation of a bullet.
No, that's not true. What do you mean?
So you get Coriolis.
Are you saying traveling east to west? That's what bullets traveling east to west?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. This is why we're not friends. This is why we're not friends anymore.
I'm just trying to see what you said, dude. Did you say that the bullet was going east to west?
I think he did. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
He did. Of course,
yeah,
if you said that, then of course. Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy, it's obviously different if you were on the equator shooting it north versus on the equator shooting it east.
Yes, east. You're shooting the bullet east or west. Yes, I said that.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you then. Yeah, there should.
Okay, the bullets go in a. All right, so the bullets going in a straight line, meaning not deviating left or right, right?
We got the EOT. They claim the Eotvos effect, but
but that's not left or right though.
Right. Yeah. If you're talking, if you're only talking about those axes, then sure.
Okay, and we know that right there.
Be a difference.
And we know that right there. That's the shortest distance the bullet can travel, right? That straight line, because the bullet doesn't deviate. It just goes from A to B, straight line, right? Because that's how the bullet travels.
Well, you said left to right. You said a straight line if you're talking about left to right, but if you're talking about up to down, it's not necessarily like the reference frame that it's a straight line is the.
We're just talking about left to right, bro. This ain't about up or down.
Okay, if you're just talking about left to right, then the shortest path doesn't really pertain to that. Like the shortest path, like if you're just talking about left to right, it could be a short path left to right, but it's not going to be the shortest path. You know what I mean?
I don't know what to say. The bullet doesn't the bullet when you shoot a bullet, it just goes straight. That's the mechanics of how bullets work. They go in straight lines if you got to do that. Okay, now if you have Coriolis effect, okay, you agree. So that's the shortest path. So when you shoot at something, the bullet can only have traveled in that straight line, shortest path to the object, right?
This is where it gets complicated, dude, because paths and distances and this kind of stuff, it all depend on the reference frame. Speeds, velocities, all these things depend on the reference frame. So,
well, we know how it translates from the inertial to the non-inertial reference frame. We know how that translates. So we know that if it's a straight line in the inertial frame, it's going to be a curved line in the non-inertial frame, right?
Yeah, but here's the complicated problem is in our model, at least, like in our model, try to describe or define that frame, that inertial frame. Like all inertial frames are not really inertial, but you use something as its inertial. And the inertial frame in this scenario is still a moving with the earth. You know what I mean? Moving with the earth.
That's an assumption again, and you're making it unnecessarily complicated because it's actually simple. You have your rifleman set up, targets set at 1 mile from his muzzle, both sides, east and west. He takes a shot, boom, it's time, bang, heading east, facing west, sorry, boom. Turns east, fires the target. The target is 1 mile from him. Boom, fire that. The up is moving. There should be a difference in time, I would have to say. There would have to be a difference in time.
One goes lower. There is.
There should be a difference in time, and that would be the munition bullet heading west, the target sooner because the target is coming towards that bullet. There should be a shortened time there somewhere. That's it. Initial reference frame. That's all nonsense. Nonsense, mate. Just like your model. You're making it more and more complicated because your model obviously doesn't exist. And you know that. And now you're just trying to patch it up with some kind of nonsense. what reference are we talking about? The reference from your
you could be
line.
right, man. I mean, reference frames really are just a useful tool to describe how things move and how things are positioned, but still you have to describe and define the reference frame, like the coordinates. You have to define the coordinate system. Once you do that, you can then describe how things are moving in that coordinate system. We're talking about the coordinates. So you say it's moving 5 meters per second based on those coordinates that you've defined, right? But you can change the coordinate system to some outer frame that's moving, or some outer frame that's stationary, in reference to you moving, and that coordinate system is going to be, you're going to be moving through that coordinate system. So you can have a different answer.
We're not doing that. We're not doing it. We're just staying on the equator like was suggested. We've got our sniper set up, shooting at 1 mile away is the target west, 1 mile away is the target east. And we're saying that the guy when he fires his projectile westwards, the target is moving towards that munition. So there should be a time difference at hitting the target between the east and the west. Has to be, because
there is. There's said to be the Adverse effect.
Doesn't happen.
Bullet, yes, it does. They say the bullet rises up above the target, or the bullet falls short of the target. And this would also be represented by a time difference.
That's not due to the Earth's rotation. It wouldn't be due to the Earth's rotation, rising up and rising down. We're talking about hitting the target. Like Jeremy said, the bullet doesn't deviate. It's in a hurry to hit the target and destroy once it's left the muzzle. Ballistic speeds. Remember, 4.5 miles in 24 seconds. That's quick. 24 seconds. That is not a slow projectile. It's 4.5 miles.
Yeah.
So
When they're
it's going to be almost like a second.
When they're adjusting, when there's a sniper out there and he's adjusting for the Coriolis effect, right? He needs to take the Coriolis effect into adjustment. He shoots where
he
the
doesn't
target.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
He would shoot where the target is going to be, right? In your model.
No, it's not necessarily where the target's going to be. It's what the deviation of the Coriolis is going to be, because it's not that the target is moving; it's that he's moving and the target's moving, and they're moving at different paces. So by the time the bullet gets there, it's going to be moved. So I guess you could say what you're saying, but it's not that the target's moving; it's that they're both moving at different paces.
But if he's moving, sorry to interrupt. If he's moving and the target's moving, they neutralize one another because they're both moving at the said rate, supposedly. So that doesn't really matter because they're both moving at the same rate. Mission now that's now moving towards the target. Yeah. So
if the guy shoots, if the guy shoots at where the target is he going to hit the target?
If he doesn't account for Coriolis?
Yeah. If he just shoots where the target is he going to hit the target?
Yeah, depending on how far away he is, and if it's north or south, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's massive Coriolis difference. We're doing a 1 mile shot straight north. There's a huge Coriolis thing going on. He shoots at the target and doesn't adjust for Coriolis. Is he going to miss it?
If let's say that everything else in his shot would make him go in a straight line, and he didn't account for Coriolis, and whatever, he's going straight north, straight south. Yeah, there would be and let's say he was a perfect shot for the center of the target. Yes, he would be off by however much.
Okay. So he can't shoot where the target is. He needs to shoot where the target's going to be, right? Because if he shoots where it is, he's going to miss. So where does he need to shoot?
Well, I mean, the way you're saying it is kind of confusing me because, like I said, they're both moving, but I agree. Yeah, his Coriolis correction is going to basically have him aim to where it's going to be as the bullet gets there. because it's just that the bullet is traveling at his speed. Him and the target are traveling at two different speeds. So the bullet's going to basically curve on its path there.
No, the bullet doesn't curve. Bullets go in straight lines. We just went through this 2 minutes ago.
Well, the curve is very subtle.
We shot one at the equator. Bullets don't curve.
They do.
Did it curve at the equator?
They curve, yeah, vertically for sure.
We're not talking about vertically, dude. This is why I Kosho.
They don't curve left to right in the equator.
They don't curve left to right. That's not what bullets do. I know. When there's Coriolis involved, though, they appear to curve.
Yeah, from the surface of the Earth, their path is curved. That's right.
They appear to curve.
Okay, so that's why I said what I said about the reference frames and the coordinates. Whatever coordinate system you decide to use, assuming you're using it accurately, it's the correct path and the correct movement and the correct speed in that coordinate system. If you're using the coordinate system of the Earth, then the path it takes is going to be in reference to the Earth. And so it's going to be a curved path.
Do you know why they have to shoot where the guy's going to be and not where the target is? Because bullets don't curve. If they could curve the bullet, they would just shoot at the target and let it, the bullet do its curving thing. But that's not how bullets work.
This is actually a good example of why it's called a fictitious force. It is because, if you were actually describing its path in the inertial frame, it would be straight. And the only reason it is curving in your frame is because your frame is accelerated, right? So it is a fictitious force, but nonetheless, it is a force. I mean, it is happening that the bullet is curving in your frame.
Yeah, but bullets don't actually curve though, right? It just appears to curve. Was that a tricky statement for you to respond to? Or?
It's just semantics because of the word act. Zanuck doesn't mind changing what actual means when he's talking to you specifically, but I'm gonna have to speak in the terms the way I understand them, and actual doesn't have a place in this in this conversation.
Really? That's interesting. What if I had all kinds of citations that use the word actual, what the bullet and ballistic is actually doing? They actually use the word actual. What would you think then? Universities, colleges?
I would think that they were not dealing with somebody who was doing what you're doing, and that's why.
What am I doing? I'm quoting colleges and universities.
No.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
When I use the word even when I'm describing Coriolis, let's say I was describing it to somebody totally different, not in the flat earth community, I might even use the word actual. But what I really mean is what's happening in the inertial frame compared to the rotating frame.
The actual frame, yes, where the inertial frame, where the bullet goes straight, because we know bullets don't curve. This isn't the movie Wanted or whatever that movie was. What was it called?
Wanted.
Yeah, this isn't that movie. The bullets just go straight, bro.
No, but here's my point, though, is that universe that you're describing is a universe in which there's a preferred reference frame, the preferred one being the inertial reference frame. So there's the actual reference frame, the inertial one, in your reality, and then there's whatever other reference frame. And what I'm saying is, in my paradigm, there's no preferred reference frame, and depending on, and so like I said, if I were to use the word actual by talking to somebody, I would be meaning the inertial frame, and I'm not talking about one of the frames being the actually correct one and one of them being the wrong one or the fake one or the apparent one. They're both real reference frames, and the movement is real depending on what person you're talking about.
Okay, that was a neat speech. Do you think these colleges and universities don't know what they're saying?
No, I just said
Okay, they know exactly what they're saying.
Yes.
Dude, I'm not worried about what you normally would or wouldn't do, bro. We're talking about colleges and universities and shit. Like, I've been trying not to engage you with this because I like you, but This is ridiculous.
All right, well, fair enough, dude. That's why I just pretend to not understand it. But the truth is, in this case, actual reference frame is a misnomer. And many people probably use it only because it's, what do you call that? Like, what's it called?
By many people, you mean colleges and universities that teach
Yeah.
this? Okay.
Yeah, because in our everyday language, that's what that makes sense. Like when you say in Coriolis happens when you're viewing some path which is actually going straight, but on the rotating frame it will appear to deviate. It's actually going straight. Well, it's implied that actually going straight just means in the inertial frame it's going straight. And the inertial frame is going straight, and then the rotating frame is curved.
Has it ever occurred to you that these people do know what they're talking about, and they know that the rotating frame is nonsense, and what's actually happening is happening in the inertial frame? For many reasons. There's many reasons why that's true.
Well, I tend to agree with you about a rotating frame, but I once read that in between the time that special relativity and general relativity, came out, so in between like the 10-year period, only during that time was it said that like inertial frames were the preferred frames and accelerated frames were actually just apparent or something like that. Like the deviation is just apparent. But after general relativity, they went back to saying there are no preferred frames. Accelerated or inertial, there are no preferred frames.
The one that says the ground's accelerating up to meet free falling objects on a globe that doesn't change radius. That GR?
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
It's a pretty good theory, man.
No, yeah, that sounds good. You got a ball that doesn't change in diameter, but the ground accelerates upwards to meet free falling objects. That makes sense, bro. Yeah.
I mean, I honestly believe that the paradigm, or at least the interpretation of these effects, are actually going to change drastically. Probably, like we might still have the same phenomena, but we'll understand them differently. Other than
so you're saying GR is about to get swept away under the rug, but you're using that as your argument for this.
No, I'm saying that our interpretation of what's happening when when GR is occurring, curved space time, all the phenomena, like the way we're imagining it, the way we're conceptualizing it, might be slightly off kilter.
Lightly.
But that doesn't mean it's incorrect. It just means that there's something possibly missing that we, it's a different way of viewing it.
Is there a chance space-time is not even a thing and it's not actually bending?
Sure. Yeah.
What do you think the odds are?
That's one of the ideas I'm talking about, because the truth is space and time do become altered, and because of this effect, and that does have an effect on other masses and stuff, but that could just be our funky way of conceptualizing what's happening, when the same effect would happen with time and space and stuff, but it's just not with a different interpretation. It's hard to describe, especially because I don't know what that correct interpretation is, but I'm just saying that it could possibly be flawed just because of the way we're viewing it.
It's flawed. Even your boy Veach knows the GR is on its way out.
Is that right?
Oh, he always says
that. He showed me Eric Verlin's thing years ago. He used to be enamored with it. Eric Verlin is the guy who has that alternate theory that solves dark matter, and sort of. But that's the thing, though. Nothing ever gets thrown out. They're not going to throw out GR. They didn't throw out universal gravitation. Things don't get thrown out. Things become incorporated in the new idea.
They throw things out sometimes.
There's tweaks to it, and then the bigger truth is then revealed.
What do you count as being thrown out? Because if somebody says the sun's 1 million miles away and then it's 93 million miles away, obviously they threw the 1 million mile thing away out, right?
Depends on their technique, method. Because Aristarchus, for example, would have gotten a 3 million mile away sun with his technique,
which they didn't keep. They threw that out, right?
But not his technique wasn't thrown out. His technique was crude because of his tools. So it's not like it's thrown out. It's
so they threw his number out.
The value he measured was corrected when we got better tools.
By corrected, you mean they threw that shit out and replaced it with a new one?
That's what I mean. That's why I wouldn't use the term thrown out. It sort of implies that like it was trashed when it wasn't necessarily trashed. It was just we had finer tools and we did the exact same thing. Because I did this exact same thing. Aristarchus did. Did the exact same thing, and you get a correct answer.
You guys are sitting in a room trying to write a love letter to a girl, and you got a wastebasket there, and it's just there's just crumpled up pieces of paper on the garbage all over the floor everywhere. That's what your heliocentric model's like.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, because you're constantly trashing shit.
Yeah, but that's how art is made. Yeah, dude. That's how you get a good letter.
That's how science works.
By throwing shit out and replacing it, yeah.
By refining it.
By refining it, new tools, new techniques, new math, new observations.
New assumptions.
New assumptions?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Definitely. You had to assume dark matter was there and dark energy was there to hang on to your model.
Why did we make that assumption, though? Because we had new observations.
Like I said, assumptions.
But there's also other assumptions where there's other theories where dark matter is not really involved.
I know. Theories they had to throw out.
Some theories don't use dark matter. Yes, correct. So what does that mean? If we have theories where dark matter exists and other theories where it's not included, now what? Now what do? We're stuck. Should we just throw it out altogether? I mean, we can't get rid of the observation. Now, could we get rid of the assumption behind the observation? Maybe.
Yeah. But you guys don't do that.
I mean, there's actually different kinds of gravitational models, theories, whatever you want to say, that get rid of the dark matter and get rid of that observation, sort of. Shouldn't say get rid of the observation. They just they have a different explanation for that observation.
I mean, the observations themselves sometimes are assumed. You might see something and assume it's this one thing, but really it's a different thing.
Did you so I just posted an article like 2 minutes ago on new gravitational waves detected. It's a video, not an article. And the short explanation of it is it uses multiple pulsars observations to detect small changes in the fabric of space basically across all of space, these little pulsars, not the little pulsars, these pulsars detect the small gravitational changes, gravitational wave changes in the fabric of space.
You're assuming it's a gravitational wave. Talking about LIGO?
No, this doesn't use LIGO. That's what I said. It uses
What
a
is it from?
completely different thing.
Okay, what's it from?
It uses something called timed pulsar arrays.
Well, I'm not familiar with that. I'd have to watch it.
It's actually kind of interesting, but basically the entire thing, because it's essentially measuring a gravitational wave with a period of 20 years. So literally it takes 20 years for this observation to be done.
Okay, what's a gravitational wave? That's an assumption right there that even exists.
I don't know. I mean, it's, if you can say LIGO's determined it existed, proved its existence.
No, it hasn't. LIGO assumes it's a gravitational wave. You don't know if that's even a thing. I almost swore just now. But you guys don't even know if that's even a thing.
Well,
You're just assuming it's a gravitational wave. That's what I'm talking about. You think that's an observation, dude. That's an assumption right there. You don't know what that is.
So the whole thing is the lasers get out of phase. That's how they work. That's how LIGO works. So the lasers are out of phase.
You have an effect.
Okay. Now the thing is, you have two different effects, completely separated by distance. I mean, they're not. It's not a local thing. Okay. It's not.
Okay, we got two effects.
Yes.
Okay, two effects. Now what?
Now.
Are we ever going to get to a cause for the effect?
Well, so the thing is, you can actually narrow down based on the coordination or coordinates, I should say, how that wave passed the two detectors, and you can kind of look into space, and in some cases you may or may not be able to see what produced those gravitational waves.
Dude, what's a gravitational wave?
I mean, we're going in circles. I really don't want to do that.
Did I ask that already?
You asked that already, yes.
Did you answer me?
I said a disturbance in space-time.
All right, what's space-time?
Again, we're going in circles. I really don't want to do that.
Did I ask that?
You did not ask it. I don't want to answer it.
All right. You talking about shit that you don't even know if it exists or not. I know, that's what I'm saying. This is all a big, giant, huge assumption.
So what are the if it's not a first of all, it was predicted, and the wave matches prediction. So there is that. I mean, that's not like we're not just completely guessing. We have a prediction. We should get a gravitational wave. We see the gravitational wave that matches to prediction. So that's sort of the whole point.
Yeah, prediction is a guess, first of all.
No, it's an educated guess. It's not a random guess. We're not making a random guess here. There is a theory behind it.
Is this a scientific? This is a scientific guess.
I'll give you that. Fine, it's a scientific, but there's an idea behind it. Now the thing is,
that's called. Well, that's called a hypothesis.
No, I mean in this case, I mean I guess if you want to go.
A scientific prediction is a hypothesis.
We make a prediction, then we make an observation, and we see that the observation matches the prediction. So what happens there? What's all that?
You're doing science. I don't know. This is not science, so you did it ass backwards. When you're doing science, you make the observation, then you make a prediction, then you do an experiment. That's how science goes.
We did the experiment. LIGO is the experiment. It makes the observation is the results. I mean, I guess that's the observation is the test results.
That's not, no. It doesn't work. What was the observation you made?
We detected the lasers are out of phase.
Okay, we got out of phase lasers. Now what's the hypothesis?
So that's, I mean, you're doing it backwards actually, because we already made the hypothesis that gravitational waves should exist. Now we make the equipment the experiment that can test if gravitational waves exist.
Okay, your hypothesis is the cause that you think is the cause for the effect, and the effect is the dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observation. So you had to make an observation first before you can even make a hypothesis.
That's not the way it works. Because if it worked the way you would do it, we would just randomly make LIGO and hope it detects something. That's not the way it would work. We actually specifically engineer LIGO to specifically detect something we're looking for.
You know, you specifically did not do science here, because in science you can't do a hypothesis. You can't have a dependent variable in effect before you observe something. That's totally backwards.
That's the whole point of the model predicting gravitational waves.
Hello.
There's a
Yeah.
hypothesis that
I like this.
gravitational waves should exist.
Oh,
That's
this
the
is not
hypothesis.
bad. This is not bad. There we go.
That's not
There
a
you go.
hello.
There you go.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah.
We hear you. Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is, you know, yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
hot, Mike.
ignore him. Keep going.
Oh shit! I'm so fucking sorry. I was testing my mic. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it wasn't muted. Sorry about that.
Mic check passed. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Bro,
the hypothesis. Back to the hypothesis.
Hold on. You
Gravitational
can't
waves
have.
should exist.
Hold on. You can't have. That's not a hypothesis at all. You
Why
can't
not?
have a hypothesis, because your hypothesis is a cause and effect. Your hypothesis is your educated guess on what the cause of the effect is. So you have an effect. You have to have an effect before you can even do this. So you have to observe something before you can even start this process to have an effect to guess the cause of. You don't know how a hypothesis work.
It's not really true in this particular case, because the model says that GR says gravitational waves should exist. So that is our hypothesis. Gravitational waves should exist.
It's not a hypothesis.
We don't need to detect them first. That's not the way it works. We don't need to detect them first.
You don't.
We predict their existence, then we make a test to try to detect them.
Bro, you don't know what a hypothesis is, clearly.
And I'm saying you're wrong.
I mean, I could pull up about 100 citations backing me up.
Yeah, we know. The thing is, here, short sidetrack, I can literally list every single citation that says time is an independent variable. You all ignore that. So I'm going to ignore your citations in this case.
I mean, that's fine. You didn't want to answer what a space-time was. You're going to ignore my citations. That's about par.
I mean, we're in this. We're 1 for 1. I'm going to ignore your citations about the hypothesis. You're going to ignore my citations about time being an independent variable.
The
We're
red
even
herring.
on that.
The red herring thing you brought up, that has nothing to do with this.
We're even. We're even on ignoring.
We're not even. We're not even. You brought up
a column of citations ignored. We're even.
Okay. We're not even. You brought up a red herring of time being an independent variable. It's total red herring. You ignored my you ignored my citations
yes.
on what. You ignored my citations on what a hypothesis is, and you also didn't want to answer my question of what is space-time. So we're not even. You're batting 3-0 right here.
So in your definition of science, how do we find gravitational waves?
No, it's not my definite. It's not my definition. It's literally how all universities and colleges describe it. Like I said, there's tons of citations for this.
So,
and that's not. And finding out if something exists or not, that's not a scientific endeavor. Like if I want to go into the woods and I find a rock that no one's ever found before, I didn't have no hypothesis, no observed phenomenon. I didn't have anything. I just found a rock. Just finding something is not you're not doing science. You just found something.
There was a change in the fabric of space-time. So something changed.
What space-time?
Oh, crap. Something
You
changed
don't.
as the
Okay.
phase of the lasers changed.
Okay, cool.
So
Something
what
made the lasers
caused
change.
that?
We have an. Something made the lasers change. We have an effect. Great. Now what?
So what's our hypothesis? That's kind of my question. What is the hypothesis? Where does that fit into this thing?
I don't know. Where's your hypothesis? This is your pseudoscientific endeavor, you don't even have a hypothesis because you never have a cause for this shit.
So we don't have a hypothesis for why the lasers changed, but somebody did. Did somebody have a hypothesis? Because somebody
You
built
can
this, so
you
they didn't
can
just
make a
build it
hypothesis.
randomly.
You can make a hypothesis. You'll never be able to test it though. I could say unicorns did it. Now we're in the same boat. I say unicorns. You say space-time gravitational waves. Now what? How are you going to prove it's your
Where's your
cause?
math? Where's your predictive for unicorns doing it? How do unicorns doing it? What's the math behind that? Not only that, but if we're going to make another experiment that also does it, how does that incorporate unicorns?
Bro, I say unicorns did it. I can't prove that they caused it. You say gravitational space-time waves. You can't prove that caused it. Just because you have some math, I can make up some unicorn math, and we're still in the same boat.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
You can't make
I
up
can.
some unicorn math. You can't do that. You can't just make up the math. That doesn't work. You can't just make up the equation.
Okay, either way, you can't scientifically show the cause for your effect. All you have is an effect, just like all this other affirming the consequent thing stuff that you have with weight change of latitude, Cavendish, Foucault pendulum, all this stuff. It's affirming the consequent. You have no scientific validation for the cause of the effect.
So here's you've seen the articles that we've linked about the ability to predict supernovas. How about that one? How did we predict a supernova?
Bro, I'm not worried about your science fiction predictions. It's not impressive, dude.
No.
What I am interested in is having some actual science where you have causes for effects. Do you have anything like that?
That's where I'm going with this. So
Okay, let's see it.
Hold on. Let me explain this because you've seen the link of the article where we observe a supernova. Now we can map out the bending of the space-time where that light is going to take a different path to reach us. So we predict we're going to say the same supernova in a year, 2 years, whatever the period of time is. A year later, within a few days or weeks or whatever it is, we see the same supernova. Now, that to me is pretty good evidence that what we're doing is on the right track in terms of our understanding. If we can predict a totally random occurrence,
I'm not interested in your science fiction prediction. This is not interesting.
But that's sort of my point
Yeah.
is,
Full
it
science.
wasn't science fiction, it came true.
Oh, okay. So I think my wife's going to make chicken for dinner tomorrow, and she's going to come home. She makes chicken. It's a science. It's a scientific prediction. If it comes true.
A
Come on.
completely random event.
What I am interested in is actual science. You have causes to do effects for. Do you have anything like that where you can do an experiment and actually validate causes for effects?
No, I can't. Not to your satisfaction, apparently.
That's what actual science does. That's how we get theories. That's what engineering uses and technology we use to support them, where they actually prove things and show that this is how the world works. Because if it wasn't true, and it wasn't proof of how things work, technology and engineering wouldn't even fucking work.
So if that's true, you're saying your scientific method and approach, the flat Earth scientific method, is correct.
No, I'm saying the scientific method that all the universities and colleges across America use is the one that proves things, has technology, engineering, shows how the world works, proves how the world works. That's how we get engineering. If it didn't, engineering wouldn't work. Technology wouldn't work. We wouldn't be able to talk on your cell phone.
All of the schools, engineering, colleges, they say gravitational waves are a thing. So are they doing science?
Okay, it's an all or nothing fallacy.
So they can be right some of the
Show
time.
me an engineering school that says space
How
time's a
about we
thing.
do this? How about
Show me an engineering.
you
Show me an engineering school that says space time's a thing.
an engineering school that says space-time is a thing?
Yeah. You can't even show me the science for it, bro. You have no science for it.
I
For the
would actually
cause of
say
the
all of
effects.
them do. If you
We'll show one.
go to any engineering school and ask them about science, they will tell you it's a thing.
Well, that's cool, but you actually have it like on paper anywhere?
I can't say that I do, but I'm just saying, I will say that they will.
Okay, what engineering are they
hold
doing?
on.
Space time.
I said, do you think they won't? If we go to an engineering school, if I were to email an engineering professor and asked him, is space-time a thing? What do you think his answer will be?
I'm not sure what his answer would be because I don't read people's minds, but what exactly are they using engineering for?
So fine, hold on.
What are they? No, you hold on. I answered your
Okay,
question.
go
It's
ahead.
time for you to answer mine. What are they engineering that uses
I don't
space time?
know. I have no idea. Does it matter?
They don't do anything. They don't use that shit, bro. I'm talking about real life shit that they use and build things with technology, engineering.
But so my question to you is, does it matter? If an engineer professor at a university says space-time is a thing, but we don't engineer for it, what does that mean to you?
That would mean that he got told something in school and he believes it. And as far as my reference to engineering and technology, it has nothing to do with this because they're not doing anything involved with anything like that that uses space time.
I mean, fiber optics. Fiber optics are a thing. They actually depend on space-time, I would say.
So we wouldn't have fiber optic cables if it wasn't for space time.
If it wasn't for our understanding of how space and time work, yes, that is correct. We would not have fiber optics.
We couldn't send data through those cables without space time. If we didn't know how space time, if we didn't have GR or SNR or whatever, we wouldn't have this fiber optic shit.
Our understanding of that allows us to do that. And it also allows us to make better, 1 gigabit connections 10 years ago, 10 gigabit, 100 gig, terabit connections. All of these incremental improvements are based on an understanding of space-time.
How so?
I don't know. I just made that up.
I know it sounded really good. I'm not gonna lie. It was very convincing for the audience. You almost had me for a second.
I mean, the thing is, it's based on our understanding of light, and light is intricately related to space-time. Specifically the speed of light, by the way.
Why is that?
Is there anybody out there?
I got something to tell you guys, so stay tuned. Okay, there we go. All right. Anyways, I don't know if anyone's saying anything, but my girlfriend just made me leave the house because she's doing a ritual, a magic ritual or something, or witch's ritual. It's really weird.
Do you have a sister?
She might make you realise the Earth is flat, yeah? Do a ritual to make you realise that the Earth is flat. Rituals. What kind of lifestyle are you living, man? Denying God's good work for rituals, yeah? Okay.
Sounds like you're taking a gin.
Yeah. God's good work. Rituals. Okay, I see. Not satisfied with the flat earth. You got to be doing rituals. All right, I understand. I see Skeptical is in the house. I wonder if he's awake. What time is it now? 1 o'clock. Okay, yes, it's 4 o'clock. You're up early. Skeptical. If you're awake, that is. As long as it's not a blood ritual, eh?
That's the problem. Is I have no idea. I have no idea what the ritual entails because she just asked me to leave, and she said it might take a toll or something.
Okay.
I have no idea what's happening. So.
Changing the subject just for a second, going back to the politics now. What do you think about Robert Kennedy Jr. on the ticket?
Well, I know that you're gay for him, but I know why also. I don't know that much about him, to be honest. The most I know about him is sort of like the stuff from the documentaries that you've posted, and I know that he's married to the lady who played in Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Robert Kennedy Jr., environmental lawyer, activist, author. He's an engineer. An energy entrepreneur. As his house produces energy which he sells back to the energy company. So he's making his money. He's not satisfied with what he's getting. He's not getting a fair rate, he said. But his whole ethos, let's say, is to make everybody an energy entrepreneur in the toilet that you lot live in, called the United States. He wants to bring back democracy because he's fed up of it being stolen. He says it's been stolen. Yeah? Democracy has been stolen, he says. And he wants to bring it back and put money back into your pockets via the environment. But back in 2012, he stated that the coal industry had cut down 500 mountains in the Appalachian Mountains of Western Virginia. 500. I say again, 500 mountains lost in the pursuit of that dirty energy, that dirty fuel called coal. That should have been illegal. No one should have been able to do that. What do you think about that?
But to be honest, I'm driving, so I barely hear you.
Sorry, yeah, I was saying that Robert Kennedy Jr. stated that this is back in 2012, that the coal industry cut down 500 mountain tops in order to get coal, in the coal industry, 500 mountains.
Well, are you saying that he was a coaler? Like he used to?
No, I'm saying that he is highlighting the shenanigans from the coal industry, is what I'm stating. Sorry.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yes, the coal industry, which is subsidized with taxpayers' money. Back then in 2012, it was like $795 billion, okay, each year. And back then they were making $1.7 billion a day, right? And they've got this machine called the line cutter or line dragger, something like that. It's like 22 stories high, and it explodes the tops of the mountains, and they cut it off. Amazing, horrible bit of a kit. But yeah, you know, they've lost 500 mountain tops in Western Virginia. 500 mountain tops. 500 mountain tops. It's a lot to lose. All paid for by the taxpayer, of course. He's saying that that industry doesn't need to be subsidized. Neither does the nuclear, and neither does the, what's the other one? The oil industry. These are all being subsidized by the taxpayers' money. For example, nuclear plants don't get insured. They can't get insurance because they're very dangerous, apparently. And of course, none of you have insurance for radiation, do you? Radiation fallout. So you're not covered. He wants to change all that. He wants to stop the, what is it? What did he put it? He put it as pollution profiteering. It's pollution-based profiteering. He wants to put an end to that and move into the renewable energy. He stated that the money that's been spent over the years on dirty fuel subsidized by the taxpayer could have gone to put solar panel on each one of those taxpayers' houses, and you could have all been making money all round, a win-win for everybody. Rather than they're getting wealthy at the demise of you. You're being impoverished whilst they amass a wealth through this pollution-based profiteering. So this is why he's running. He's fed up with the corruption. He says America is being stolen from underneath my feet. They polluted the environment. He's got mercury in his blood, and that he said 10 times the safety level of the government's safety levels. 10 times. And the doctors were saying that if a woman was pregnant with that level, the child that would be born would have 1 or 2 IQ units knocked off from that level of mercury in his blood. That's Robert Kennedy Jr.'s situation at the moment. He's not an anti-vaxxer, as he's had all his children vaccinated. He was vaccinated back in the 60s. I was born in the 60s, so, and he only got 3, he said. But that's fully vaccinated back then. He said it's ballooned up to 72 for the children, and 5 of his kids are vaccine damaged. He said that if he had the choice, he would never have done that, because he trusted the industry and they let him down. So they damaged his children, you see. So he's not anti-vax. If the vaccines can do what they say on the box, then yeah, of course, go for it. But there is no safe vaccine. This is according to the manufacturers themselves, the pharmaceutical industry themselves. So he's not an anti-vaxxer, and yeah, he's just trying to he wants to bring democracy back, he says, because it's been lost since they took out Kennedy, his uncle, and his dad. So basically, I think he's a breath of fresh air in the corruption you've got going on over there. He is a breath of fresh air. Singing all the right tunes, making all the right noises. Got his team. He's currently won 3 cases against the polluters of chemical producing Bayer, Monsanto, and he's won, I think it's $16 billion for the plaintiffs so far, and there's hundreds of cases yet to go. He's going to be kept in work for a long time.
Is he able to do this because they're letting him do this?
The shares of Bayer have dropped 50% just from the 3 cases. They're absolutely livid in Germany because they said that Bayer should never have bought Monsanto, but they did, and now they've inherited all the lawsuits and everything with it.
Yeah, man, I think law is going to lead the way through this shit.
Could you repeat that? What did you say? Law?
Yeah, law, like, you know, using the law to to leverage against corporate power. That's the beauty of the court system.
Well, yeah, cartography, yeah.
I don't know. Law is like an invented language that they use, and they can change it at any time that they want to.
Well, that's the thing. It's only if you agree to it, and that's what's interesting. Is it has so much to do with what they call acquiescence, and like, you know, when you acquiesce certain things over to certain people, they can abuse it and they can use it to their advantage. However, all contracts are negotiable, which is awesome, and that is our remedy, in my opinion. And I think the court system is what allows for
the interpretation.
Well, the interpretation, whether it be for your favor or theirs. The trick is to know how to make it in your favor.
Good point.
That's the game. That's the game, and that's the thing. I think what's interesting is you realize that they essentially don't have anybody that's going to come under notary seal on their behalf. And you, if you're telling the truth, your affidavit has more standing in a court of law than any kind of fucking hearsay or deposition statements from an attorney. And once we understand the strength in that, I think we'll really be able to do it. Because some people are just going to turn to lawyers. You know, they're going to turn their rights to their attorney. So like that necessarily doesn't work. It doesn't always work because the attorney takes an oath to the court, and the court may be biased in some way or another. Whereas if you weren't to have an attorney, you might be able to get more remedy because you're no longer in there, quote unquote, represented by someone who's just going to argue your case. Because the Bible, which is a law book, does not say that you should argue. It says that you should find a point of agreement and let them be the
That's a good point.
Yeah, let them be the ones to deny it.
Every interaction that I've ever had with the system, I think common sense rules.
Yeah, I agree. It's just like they say, common sense is not so common.
Right, it's not so common because the public it's diluted, and people are, I think sometimes they act in a certain they act in a way that has been what's the, like
They've been preconditioned. You see, they've been brainwashed into
preconditioned.
thinking. Yeah.
Yes, they have to act this way.
Well, yes,
But
that's
yeah,
because they're running on assumptions. They haven't proven anything to themselves, and they're running on the assumption that the law or the system they're in is right, and that's all there is. For me now, for example, this is going back to like 1995 or 93. I got 2 parking tickets on both of my motorcycle parked outside where I lived. I punched the wall. I was that angry. Okay. Did I pay the ticket? No. Didn't pay the ticket out of principle. And then what I did was I went to the ticketing issuing bureau, right? Walked in with my clipboard and everything, my radio blaring. I was at work at the time. I said, excuse me, this individual doesn't live at this address. Can you sign here, please? Right? They signed my documents. They took the 2 bills, unopened, of course, and I never heard anything again. Common sense, like you said, common sense.
Yes.
Thank you.
Common
Thank you.
sense.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
it. That was common
For
sense.
sure.
Exact. Yeah. Yeah. And then I learned. I took a risk because I was learning here now. I was thinking, I wonder, I'm just going to send it back, not open. Remember, I don't know about the free man on the land and all this shit. Didn't know about that. I'm just thinking, you know, common sense, like I said, out the box. I'm not going to pay it. It's outside where I live. There's just no way I'm going to pay it, and I never did pay it. It never came back. You know.
Yeah, like
Beautiful.
I've had plenty of like tickets, parking tickets, whatever, seatbelt tickets, and
Mm.
then you know, like I live in the States, and the state of California would just they would take whatever income tax or whatever state tax that I was going to be awarded awarded what I was going to
Yeah.
be given back. They just took it and paid it. But there's also been multiple tickets and things like that that just got dissolved. I never heard anything of it.
Yeah.
You know, after a certain amount of time, I just never heard anything of it.
That's right. Yeah. It's the same with the residential tax, what they call the poll tax in England, or the council tax. There are so many people refusing to pay, right? And they basically they're not contracting. They say, I don't have a contract with you, so where did you get why? You know, this is sorry, I'm not accepting it. There you go. You can have it back unopened. You know, and there's a lot of that going on now in Britain. Has been for the last 15 years. This is why they're bringing in the technological police now. They want to lock you down with cryptocurrencies. Everything's going digitalized now so that they can extract every single penny, yen, dime, drachma from your account. The only way we're going to beat this system is to keep using cash.
You know what cracks me up is that we have a the highway in my region are like 40, like it goes from like 60 miles an hour to down to like 35 miles per hour. And if
Okay,
the
right.
if the state really wanted to make some money, there would be a speed trap right there every day at the 35 miles per hour because it changes so fast. It's like
Mhm.
you're gonna get people going 60 into 35. Like, come on, do the math. 25, like, like quit, like, and then put that money towards the roads because the roads are shit.
Yeah. In Britain, they've been dismantling them. Protesters, cutting them down. Excuse me. Yeah, they've been cutting down those speed cameras. It's a gross misuse of taxpayers' money. End of the day, you pay to use the roads, and the speed limits are set quite reasonable. So there's no need for them to be putting speed cameras out all over the place. It's not as if there's accidents going on. There's very few accidents happen. It's just a source of revenue.
Yeah, but where I live is it's a tourist area, and there are people coming from different states, and they're used to their 70-mile-per-hour speed limits. And then the speed limits are like anywhere from like 25 miles to 50 miles per hour difference.
Right.
And I mean, it's kind of understood because the roads are shitty. You don't want to drive 70 miles per hour over a bunch of potholes.
Yeah. Speaking of roads, Western Virginia has asphalt that is 22 inches thick. Each inch costs $1 million per lane per mile. Okay, and they got 22 because of the coal industry, having like 990 tons of coal that they have to bring out. So the trucks are heavily laden. So they've tried to reinforce. Yeah, you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Again, the coal industry is not paying for that. That's coming out of your money. So taxpayers that are paying that in that state, right?
Yep.
And that's a gross misuse of your money there again. Can you imagine that? $1 million a mile per inch, and there's 22 inches of that stuff.
Yeah, it's like a goddamn fucking
it's like a
runway.
racetrack. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Western Virginia. And then California is the state that uses the least energy per year across the whole of the US, because they're using a lot of renewable energy in that.
Yeah, so my registration dues are based upon the weight of my vehicle, not upon the value of my vehicle.
Right, that's the same as in England. The same, the weight.
The weight, because the heavier the vehicle, the more damage they can do to the road.
That's right. So you get a higher tax range. It's the weight and the size of the engine, of course, as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting, huh? How they come up with these numbers. And then you wonder why. Then you wonder why the roads are like shit.
Yeah.
And I gotta. How often do I have to replace my tires? Because the roads are shit. Like I pay my dues. Fix the roads.
People are doing this, right? And they've been doing it for since the 1988s, 1985. That if you suffer an injury to your car due to a pothole, what you do is you photograph it and then send it straight to the city hall with the bill for the replacement of your tire or the puncture or whatever, and they reimburse you.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Well, because you're paying the road tax, yeah. So if the road isn't fit for purpose, then you sue them for it, or you bill them first. Yeah.
That's the way you do it, right?
Yep. Yeah. So one time, I was on my way to a beautiful place called Aylesbury, and I was running two motorcycles at the time: the Africa Twin, which is the 750 Paris-Dakar rally thing, and then the famous Honda CBR 600, right? And I was covered in, I was wearing my levers. I was on my CBR 600, gunning it down. I'd made my delivery. I'm coming back home, flying back, and then I come across this. They're building a motorway across the A roads, okay? And these all loaders, these big trucks with the giant wheels are like houses. They'd made the whole road covered in mud, right? Covered in mud. I come along on a CBR 600 sports bike. I've just lost all traction. I'm like on skates on ice, and I'm trying my hardest to keep the bike balanced, really, you know, but it went down in the end. We've gone down for a slide, covered in mud. I get up, pick the bike up, scuffed and scratched, cosmetic damage, side stand down, leaking petrol, you know, like, because obviously when the bike goes down, the petrol comes out the overflows. Pick the bike up, side stand down, and before I could even say a word, 3 women and 2 men come running up and said, "We saw you, you wasn't even going fast." And then they pointed to the board. That's the company you need to sue, mate. Just like that, right? That's the company that's responsible because they've made the road impassable, especially for bikes. So I took my camera out, because I always used to carry a camera in my saddlebags. Snap, 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 the road conditions. Took all the details from the people who are going to be my witnesses, they said. They gave me their details. Some gave me business cards. Some I had to write down. And then I went straight into the office, covered in mud. I said, "You've made the road impassable. Look at the state of me." Right, here's my details. Can I have your details, your insurance, everything, please? I'm going to give it to my solicitor. And that's what I did. And then, yeah, they had to cop up. It came from the company and the town hall of that area. Yeah, I made £2,000 odd on top of the damages. I loved it. Common sense. That was good, that was. Couldn't fucking believe it, you know. If I'd been on the Africa Twin, that wouldn't have happened. I would have been able to ride it through because it's knobbly tyres, you see. So I would have been able to come through that. The riding position is different. And then I would have been able to handle the slides and everything else because you've got wider handlebars, gives you more torque, more control. Sports bike, it's all coming from your forearms. Okay? When you're on an off-road bike, your forearms, your shoulders, your pecs. So you've got the whole upper half of your body comes into play. On a sports bike, you're crouched over. You're using your forearms on the handlebars. That's all you got, really. A little bit of deltoids, but it's all on your forearms. And you haven't got much suspension trouble. So as soon as you hit the brakes, you're already into a slide, only by touching the brakes, because you don't get much trouble on a sports bike. So there was just a difference in riding styles there, meant that the CBR was cosmetically trashed. But we got it all. Got all the money from them. Levers, everything. Claim for everything, man. The photographs sped everything up somewhat because they could see the conditions. There was no arguing about it. But what they had done there was that they were supposed to wash the roads down after each passing because it was just covering the road with mud. But they didn't do that. They were negligent on that, thus making the road dangerous for the road users, those who pay their road taxes. Yeah, man. Absolutely outrageous. But those were the days. Those were the good old days. Just having my brunch, breakfast and lunch together. So yeah, law is all common sense. It's all down to you whether you contract or not. Don't sign any documents. Don't even give them your details. Yeah, when I used to get stopped on the streets in London, I used to say to them, "Why have you stopped me?" I said, "Well, I'm not. Who are you?" They're asking for my name and stuff. I said, "I'm not at liberty to give you that. Why have you stopped me? Why? Am I arrested? Thank you. I'm off." I used to walk off. And sometimes I used to be on my bike and they used to jump out in the middle of the road. I used to ride around them. You know, you don't have to stop just because they tell you. Yeah. That's why you ask them, "Why have you stopped me?" "Is this your car, sir?" "That's none of your business. Why have you stopped me?" "Do you have any driving license?" "Again, none of your business. Why have you stopped me?" Right. "Am I being arrested?" "Oh, well, then I'm driving on." In my case, I'm riding on. What? Gone. "Yeah, take the number plate. I'll see you in court." That's what I used to say to them. Never got anything of it. Because they were just being a nuisance. I knew that. That's why I said, "I'll see you in court." Because he has to have a legit reason to stop you. Can't just stop you for no reason. I wasn't speeding. It got to the point where I punched I did a Bruce Lee 1-inch punch. Purely reflex action. It wasn't a deliberate intention to do that. It was reaction from the police officer jumping out into the middle of the road with his hand, and I had to do an emergency stop. I nearly ran him down. I was absolutely fucking crazy. I said, "What the fuck do you think you're doing, you stupid cunt?" Right? And he goes, "Is this bike yours?" And I shouted, "I wouldn't be on it if it wasn't mine." And then he went for the ignition to turn the engine off, and then that's when I punched him in the chest, right? But the way I punched him, he took off like you see in the movies, where his leg left the ground. I couldn't believe I did that punch. I've done that a couple of times on people when I've been on my bike seated and they'd come to attack me and I punched them and they'd taken off. Yeah, and he just took off, slammed into the wall. I said, "Yeah, take the number plate. I'll see you in court." And I rode off. And I told my boss, and my boss said, "You can't go around hitting police officers, Jim." I said, "Yeah, it was just a reflex action." I was absolutely, obviously the adrenaline was pumping up. He was then trying to turn my engine off because I wouldn't turn the engine off. Yeah, that's it. He doesn't have the right to touch my bike. And I wanted to push him out the way, but I ended up punching him and he just went flying. And it wasn't a massive swing. It was just like, like the Bruce Lee 1-inch punch there where you can really get some power behind it. And I just did it in a reflex action, as if to say, "What do you think you're doing?" And he went flying. I couldn't believe what I'd done. He ended up on the floor. And then I said to him, "Take the number plate. I will see you in court," as I rode off. Yeah, man. There are times when, you just got to do what you got to do. You know you're right, and then that's that. Police officer won't do that again to another rider. Jumping out in the middle of the road. Fool. From behind a lamppost. You get a lot of those unnecessary police stops and checks. I used to say to my brother, "Wind your windows up and just show him the documents through the window." When he asks, "You can read, can't you read?" "Yeah, that's it. Yeah, read." When he says he wants to look in the back, you say, "No, we're off. Bye. Are we arrested?" And that was back in the 80s, man, early 80s. Playing cat and dog with the stupid police. Here in Japan, though, I have been stopped a couple of times, you know, really. It's nothing to report there. You know, well, I was at the immigration office one time waiting to get my visa. So I parked up. I'm the first vehicle there. It's at night, so I'm waiting. I'm sleeping in the car because I want to be. It gets hectic if you don't go early. And then these police officers came around. He goes, "Yeah, is this your car?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He goes, "Do you have any documents? Why are you here?" Because I'm here to get my visa. You're early. That's correct. Yeah, because I want to be first in the queue. Here's my passport. Here's my alien card. Yeah, okay, there you go. Fine. Yeah. Can we look in your bag? No, you cannot look in my bag. Can you look in the back? No, you cannot look in the bag. I shut the door, wound the windows up, went back to sleep. That's it. If I'm breaking the law, you tell me what law I'm breaking. And I just went back to sleep. Well, I went back to watching the Transformers movie that I was watching on my DVD because I was sitting in the back, right? So there's no one in the driver's seat, sitting in the back because there's more room in the back. You know, made it comfortable because I'm going to be there for about at least 6 hours. So I just stretched out and just, you know. So they were looking through the windows of the car. Shit, just leave them to play their silly little games. You don't have to get involved in it at all. As long as you know what your rights are and you stand your ground. You're not obligated at all to answer any. But that's life all over the world. And if I counted American police, dealt with them the same way. And I'm on my holidays. I said to police officers, your laws protect me as a guest in your country, okay? Do know my rights. Your laws protect me. And I'm not a citizen. So let's not get silly here. And what do you think about 9/11 where your colleagues died? Wasn't that not an inside job? Yes. Love to rub it into their eyeballs and ears. But anyway, enough said there. See, everybody's leaving. What's happened there, man? No one got anything to say? It's gone quiet. What's happened, Gio? Everyone's gone quiet. They ran from the Coriolis, did they? Okay, I see. It's like that, is it?
Hey, hey. I guess he's not in that this warped character in the text. He is so deluded. He's telling me that we use Coriolis to shoot our guns, and then I tell him no, we don't. We do not do that. We never did that. Nobody I know ever did that. You know. And he's saying that now he's saying that I was only a soldier in Call of Duty. This is wow. Can you believe this? This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Hey, Gio, I'm just checking on you. I know you've been overrun by Globers lately. Like for 2 weeks.
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey, is anybody awake? Check out what I just posted.
hid the fucking shit from nobody. Nobody knows the truth, but NASA does. NASA knows the truth. They have all the documents. They have all those technical manuals. NASA knows the truth. They're flat earthers, for fuck's sakes. Come on, Gio. Tell me, man. They're flat earthers. 10, you're sleeping. No, there's only like 2 guys in here. But this baller, he probably won't. I hope he's a truther. How about True Earth? How about that? How about explore this place until we figure out what's the truth? How about them apples? Can we do that once? I gotta get off. Let me go to ADL and see if Cuddles is there. Fucking. They all heard that too. It's fucking hilarious. No Batamod's in there. This guy is the fucking nuts. He's a man.